I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Hailshire Fury has subscribed.
Test, test. That feels kind of loud. Hold on. Hello, hello, hello. Test, test. I should have made my food. I wasted my entire starting soon screen doom scrolling on Twitter. What's good in the hood, chatters? Not a big fan of 30-minute intros to streams some people do these days. Well, that sucks for you, Cheddar. Don't know what to tell you. I start at the same time every morning. 7 a.m. PST, 10 a.m. EST. I've been getting paid. Yellow diamonds, I'm in the lemonade. Wait, hold on. Can't remember the name of this song. It's Ballin' by Roddy Ricch and DJ Mustard. What's up, chat? Look, my lights going through RGB. Like a party in here. It's a party, it's a party, it's a party. What's up, chat? How you doing? I think I'm turning it off because yeah, I look more normal now, a little bit. What's good, chat? I hope you are well. I hope you're doing good. What happened in freaking Idaho? Also, somebody said Atriot's take on rent control was bad. We can take a look at that as well. I didn't see, but I heard. Yeah, apparently, like some Nazi dude with a Nazi father, like lured the fire department out with a fire and shot like 3 firefighters. Like, well, okay, we'll talk about that as well, because like I saw Hassan talking about that. I'm like, why didn't I see that? I do have to go put my waffles inside of my air fryer. Shout out my air fryer. And so in the meantime, there's also a video I want to watch. And that is this video. She changed Twitch landscape more than anyone else. The genes behind something, something, something. It's about Kitty Cinderella. I do want to see this and see how this stacks up to my take. There
As
is
a game developer,
a soggy cereal video on Pirate Software. So Josh Strife says.
but today we're gonna play
Video on Pirate Software. And just know, I was on this train beforehand, before everybody else was.
What's up, guys? Omni here.
There's an Omni video on Bloody Mango situation, how it escalates 16 hours ago, I guess.
What is this?
There's a video from Hassan Asmongold, fed up with Israel's BS, would vote Zoran Mamdani. So let's see what that's about.
Now let's get to the fight.
And then it's a video about the shooter. So here, I'll leave you with this for a second while I go. Everyone's jumping on the Pirate Software hate train now. Yeah, it's almost like somebody, me, was on the train super early. To be fair, I still got on the train after Jason did. Jason was always anti-Pirate Software. But let's here, let me put my waffles in the air fryer.
Kareem Jawan, popular gamer and political streamer Asmongold, and why Mamdani gets his vote. What the Asmongold endorsed Mamdani? That are my eyes deceiving me? Asmongold having a good take. Ooh, remember what I said. That's a good indicator. Remember what I said. I mean, I'll listen to the take, but that's Mr. Goes by the wind. Okay, that means tide shift incoming. Here, let's see what the average Republican. Let's see what an actual Republican supporting Zoran looks like. An actual Republican that's not really a Republican at all, but just simply embodying whatever the Republican collective hive mind in the chat is saying.
Stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr. You got my vote. There it is.
There it is.
It's that simple. There's a lot of things I disagree with this guy about, but
Like what?
at least
Like what? What are the disagreements? What is the well thought out?
Wait, what did I miss?
Are my eyes deceiving me? What is this? Kareem Jawan, popular gamer and political streamer Asmongold, and why Mumdani gets his vote? What the Asmongold endorsed Mumdani? Uh-oh. That, are my eyes deceiving me? Asmongold having a good take.
It's too big.
Ooh, remember what I said. That's a good indicator. Remember what I said. I mean, I'll listen to the take, but that's Mr. Goes by the wind, okay? That means tide shift incoming. Here, let's see what the average Republican, let's see what an actual Republican supporting Zoran looks like. An actual Republican that's not really a Republican at all, but just simply embodying whatever the Republican collective hive mind in the chat.
Anyway, I'll get back to that in a second. Because I need to flip my waffles in a few minutes. First thing I want to do say before I start today is I have a new channel. Chat. I have a new channel. And give me a second. I can show it to you in a second. Wait, pause. How do I? Oh, is this button? What? Hold on. Okay. There we go. Here, it should show up on my Twitch now, I believe. But it's a channel called Not the Black. It looks the same as my channel, right? But it's where I do some gaming that I probably wouldn't do on my main channel. We played some League of Legends yesterday. I got called a slur.
Violence is my business, and this
Definitely not person music is still going. I think it's fine for right now. But here. I'll show you what they said. My first game of League of Legends on my new channel. He said, set, are you black? I was the set. This is me right here. You know. He said, set, are you black? Take your own life, bro. Blacks have no place here. I was like, bro, the game had just started. We're like 50 seconds in. Just minding my own business.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Alexander
So anyway, if you want to see me
Vibes
get called
just subscribed.
slurs on League of Legends,
SDABYO hide chat SDABL.
like we turn comms on for Valorant's not that bad, honestly. In comparison to League of Legends, like Valorant's not that bad. I would have threw so hard. No, it makes no sense to like. I have someone named Free Palestine on my team. I'm not throwing the game, right? Because the enemy volley bear was like, you know, anti-black or whatever. You feel me? I was like, the best revenge is if we win this game. I think we lost actually though. It was close though. I got some solo kills on the volley bear. But we just didn't scale as well in the late game. Yeah, I was 9, 10, and 6. You just end up losing. So that's how it is. So anyway, if you wanna watch gaming or wanna watch me game when I don't want to stream on my main channel, you can follow Not the Black. Or did you decide to make a second channel? I talked about it yesterday or 2 days ago. I don't remember when. I think it was 2 days ago. But I don't like the pressure of having to try to keep like a high viewership number when I'm on my main channel. Cause for a streamer, also let me flip my waffles over. I'll be right back.
There it is.
There it is.
It's that simple. There's a lot of things I disagree with this guy about, but
Like what?
at least
Like what? What are the disagreements? What is the well thought out, reasonable disagreements that you have? I want to know.
One of the things we should be proudest of in New York City are our sanctuary city laws. These are laws that have kept New Yorkers safe for decades. I would proudly stand
which,
up
by
for
the
them.
way, this is what I'm saying. I completely disagree with everything he's saying here. I think this is totally retarded. It's completely un-American, and I think sanctuary cities should be totally illegal. Let's see here.
Wait, what do you think should be illegal?
What is the well thought out, reasonable disagreements that you have? I want to know.
One of the things we should be proudest of in New York City are our sanctuary city laws. These are laws that have kept New Yorkers safe for decades. I would proudly stand up for them.
Which, by the way, this is what I'm saying. I completely disagree with everything he's saying here. I think this is totally retarded. It's completely un-American, and I think sanctuary cities should be totally illegal.
Sanctuary cities
Let's
are
see here.
completely un-American? Okay, sure. Well, if Asmongold says it, I'll be back again.
What would I agree with? End cash bail. I don't know about this. Repeal the walking while trans ban. I don't even know what that is. Decriminalize sex work. I think that's okay. Legalize marijuana. I agree with that. Safe injection sites. This sounds like bullshit. Restrict solitary confinement. I don't really know about this. Enact elder.
He's so dumb. He's so dumb. Why do people watch him? He went through like 5-6 different policies, and for like 4 of them he was like, I don't know about this. This one was like, I think this is cool. This one, I have no idea what this is, but I think it sounds stupid. You're like, yeah, based. I love that, Asmon. You're so right. I also don't know what that is, and it does sound stupid.
Parole, I don't know about that. Decriminalize simple drug possession, I agree with that. Repeal all mandatory minimum sentences, I disagree with this. Reduce maximum sentences with retroactive effect, I also disagree with that. I think we need to have more people, guys. I'm a big fan, so this is going to sound bad. I'm a big fan of putting a lot of people in jail.
Me
There
too.
it is. There.
People like Asmongold. The problem is that we're not putting the right people in jail. Prison abolition? Psh, what's that? No, we should be putting more people in jail. If they live in mold and stay with roaches.
There it is, dude.
He's actually trying, right? Yeah, he's got the right answer. They're openly saying, yes, we're gonna go over to Israel. You think this guy's so horrible? Then stop putting up people that put Israel ahead of the United States. As a show of force and as a show of protest. It's a show of defiance. It is a show of defiance. It is a protest vote. It is a few. It is a no, I'm not going to sit inside.
Tide shifting, boys. Tide is shifting. Remember, Zoran and I are in agreement on virtually everything. And Asmongold has spent the last year talking about how I should be arrested.
So he's not actually going to go down there and stand in the in this area, because if he did, he'd get in trouble. Right? Like, he has no problem LARPing as a revolutionary, but actually putting it on the line, this is going to be very different, which, to be fair, he was. Well, if he was actually doing that, he should get in trouble. Like, I mean, for sure. He was, though? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I think all these people should just get arrested.
I should go to jail permanently. I shouldn't be able to say the things that I'm saying.
Check us on stream title. He's so happy. What is it? Houthis show the limit of the Iron Dome. I'm going to be honest. I've been pretty reasonable about this for a long time. I think they should ban him.
All this stuff. And now he's like, yep, there it is. I wonder what changed. Perhaps the tides are shifting and someone is recognizing that because they have one ear to the ground always.
Of this little box that you put me in, I'm gonna go off the rails, and unless you want to follow me, you're gonna lose. Stop giving us candidates that prioritize Israel over New York City. New York City's a PvP server. There's crazy people.
Bro, listening to Asmongold is like getting a pure injection of stupidity directly into your brain. Because what do you mean? New York City is like a PvP server. What does that even mean? Like, that's the breadth of your analysis? How are the waffles and what are you eating them with? With my fork. And it's fine. Waffles are fine. What? Secoid posits extremism everywhere and says, I think if you're a 19-year-old guy, I think that fundamentally, like at a very core level, you know, a gangbanger in Chirac is not completely different than an isolated incel in Idaho. I can't read. What? He's comparing like the Idaho shooter who lured the fire department into the forest, into the, where was it at? Into the wilderness, if you will, into an area where a lot of trees were, and with his own fire, and then killed them from a tree. To gangbanger in Chirac. Okay, we'll get that in a second.
Everywhere in New York City.
What the what? What is, okay, cool. Yeah, someone that disagrees with you on like 99% of shit, even on Gaza, can agree on Zoran. Interesting. There is definitely a growing resentment towards Democrats in particular, but just like all politicians and their unlimited loyalty and support to Israel that is very frustrating to Americans, especially Americans that are experiencing all of this instability, right? If you're an American and you feel like your cities are run like shit and the only thing that your politicians seemingly care about is Israel, then yeah, of course you're going to be mad. Of course you're going to be like, I don't like this. What the hell is going on? This is dumb as hell. What the hell is this? So I get that. I get that for sure.
Would I vote for Eric Adams instead? I don't know enough about the guy, but I will say that the moment that I hear somebody, the first thing that they would want to do as mayor is go to the Holy Land. No, bro. If you are the mayor of my city, your Holy Land is right here. That's the way I see it. That's my opinion, right? The moment I hear that I'm out. I'm out. That's it. I'm done. Get the work. Yes. And so, yes, stay in your fucking city.
There is definitely a common Mamdani to Trump voter. Look at this. Working class Hispanic neighborhoods where Zoran Mamdani performed well in the 2025 Democratic primary, they shifted significantly to the right in the 2024 general election. Zoran Mamdani also outperformed
the issue with this is not like what Asmongold is saying, is that Asmongold doesn't care, right? I don't even think Asmongold believes that. Right? Because it doesn't affect him. You know? And tomorrow he could say the exact opposite. If it suits his purpose. Now, I think there are people in Asmongold's chat who aren't like millionaire roach streamers, right? Who do empathize with that perspective. Because they do go to work, you know, 9 to 5, maybe freaking 8 to 8 every day, right? Making like below the poverty line, and they see their politicians being like, yeah, we're gonna go to Israel once a month or whatever using taxpayer dollars, and they see that and they're like, well, I'm struggling, why are you doing that? You know, they're talking about how the tax money that they're spending has to go to bombing people overseas, and like, why are we doing that? It doesn't make sense. So while I don't think Asmongold cares about this, right? I think that there are people in his audience who do see Israel as an avenue where like they're not getting assistance, but that's where their assistance is going without any say so from them. So they see a politician who won't, you know, play the game of like, yes, Israel is the greatest, most moral country in the world, and they're our biggest ally, and we love them so much, right? They won't play that game, and they are like, okay, finally somebody is putting us first. What do you think of him throwing his rhetoric in the Nazi talking points like clown world? I don't know who that is or what that is, and I don't care, honestly. that sentence is not in the Bible or in any historical textbook. I don't make it my mission to see what did Asmongold say today.
In a lot of black neighborhoods as well. Having said that, you know, there is still definitely a reliable older boomer voting bloc, especially in places like New York, that is overwhelmingly going to go for the establishment pick, whatever the establishment pick is, whatever the television is saying is like the good choice here. And they definitely went for Cuomo, but it wasn't enough to carry him across the finish line. And Zoran was able to basically pick enough voters from that constituency. But having said that, I think those guys will go for the Democrat. They're straight ticket Democrat voters, reliable Democrat voters. And I highly doubt Andrew Cuomo and all of the media are going to be able to turn around and get those voters to vote for an independent line when they have been straight ticket, straight line Democrat voters. Remember, these guys are Democrat machine.
I think there's an interesting conversation because oftentimes you hear that like about Bernie and about Zoran now, about how they don't, or they, you know, don't have the established trust of like the black community, and why that often seems to be the case. Like, why do true progressives who would be good for everybody, including the black community, why it doesn't seem like they garner the support of the established, traditionally, you know, voting blue, you know, Democratic base of support. I've seen some takes about it being like, oh, well, black people are inherently untrustworthy when somebody is saying all the good things. And like, that doesn't make much sense to me. So like, you're just saying like black voters would rather vote for somebody who says the shitty stuff? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't necessarily prove like why. I guess this goes down to like pragmatism. It'd be like black voters would rather vote for like Hillary Clinton, who's like not saying things that will help their lives, as opposed to Bernie Sanders, who is saying things that will help their lives. Right, and I've seen takes like being like, oh, it's because of they're like inherently untrustworthy of people who say all the right things. And then I'm just like, well, what do you do if you're a politician and you want to do the right things? You just not say the right things, you know? Like, what do you? Like, it doesn't make any sense, you know?
Turnout voters. Very, very difficult to take them off the pro-Democrat ticket. This was something that I always talked about. If Bernie was to ever be able to make it out the primary, where the Democrat machine turnout will work against him.
Like, to be fair, I was like 16 during the 2016 election, right? So I couldn't even vote if I wanted to in the primary. But like, there is truth to the idea that like black voters did not feel Bernie in the same way that like older black voters now are not like on the Zoran train, right? And there has to be a reason why that is, and a way to sort of fix it. I don't know, actually. Like, why do progressives have to like prove themselves, but like establishment Democrats can just come out and say, yeah, we're not going to help you out. Medicare for all, yeah, we're not doing that. You know, lowering the public transportation fees, not doing that. Making housing affordable, not doing that, right? And then black voters flock to that messaging. You're like, oh yes, Joe Biden, yes, Hillary Clinton, yes, more of that. Yes, Kamala Harris, we're gonna ride for you. And then when it comes to somebody being like, hey, I'm gonna fix the issues that are affecting your life, they're like, I don't trust you. I don't trust you. It's like how HTC is suspicious of Hassan because of things he says are moral and correct. Some people I think Hassan is fake because he cannot fathom somebody online just being a good person. Maybe it's about trust, but like, there's nothing that Hillary Clinton has done to like establish that trust, you know? There's nothing Joe Biden did to establish that trust. There's nothing that Kamala Harris done to establish that trust. But at least with Kamala Harris, you can be like point to like her identity being like something that like drew or spoke to black voters, right? But like Hillary Clinton didn't provide anything to the black community. Neither did Joe Biden or you know what I mean? Kamala Harris. Name recognition goes hard. Yeah, it might be that, but it's not like Bernie's unknown. I think it is media perception. But doesn't mean progressive. In Europe, a lot of the black population is conservative, just like the white. Wesley, I'm banning you again. I was gonna keep Wesley here, but I realized I just didn't care enough to hear what he has to say. I cared like just not at all actually. I realized as soon as he said his first message, I was like, I do not care what Wesley has to say to this to this in this community. I will be real. I don't. Please bring him back. No, I just don't care. I was gonna start arguing with him, but I realized it's Wesley. I do not care about Wesley. Nowadays, the establishment Dems really just have the slogan, "At least we're not the other guys." Am I right? Even though they are basically are now. Yeah. RNG Wesley's back. Not anymore. Wesley's gone now. Rip. He got one message. He's gonna go harass Casey. No, he's banned in Casey's strong shot as well, so it doesn't matter. Let's continue.
Of those votes that are reliable blue votes would always vote for him.
Maybe he was less annoying in his first message.
Anyway, those are the people who vote for Kamala Harris, or those are the people who vote for Joe Biden because they're told to vote for Joe Biden. Those are the real votes.
Maybe it's just a safe vote and perceived safety is comforting. Maybe. I think somebody said that in Sound Check yesterday as well about how they don't see Bernie as winning the election. So it's like it's less about like a safe vote or like, you know, that specifically, and more about like electability as a whole, right? They don't view Bernie Sanders as electable, which means they won't support him because he can't win. And so they go to a more moderate candidate because they think a more moderate candidate can appeal to a more wider tent, which means the yeah, they are more electable, right? But just speaking from the perspective of like my parents or whatever, and answering Wesley's like question about like black voters being progressive, right? Conservatism in the black community, which does exist, obviously, does not appear in the same way that conservatism in like other communities do, or the white community specifically, right? It's not the same conservatism, because by and large, right, looking at overarching trends, black conservative voters, like more conservative voters, like, you know, church-going voters, voters that like align with more conservative interests, still vote with like their identity in mind, right? Which is why they're the strongest base for the Dems. The strongest base for the Dems overall, right? Because they're not like, yeah, by and large, adhering to the white supremacist notions that like the Republican Party is providing. But a lot of times they are wary of progress. And because the Democratic Party as a whole, the DNC, is anti-progress, that is reflected in the strongest Dem base, which is also anti-progress in like the progressive front. You know? Hey, Wesley is here? No, not anymore. He's banned. The media also plays a role. Zoran got lucky at the end of his campaign. But if you don't have eyes on you, the normie vote won't even know you exist. Well, that's not necessarily the case here, right? Because, like, again, in 2016, people knew that Bernie existed, right? It's just that idea that Bernie didn't have, like, the trust of the black community for whatever reason. You know, I think the media plays a role in that as well. because it was literally like Bernie Sanders versus Hillary Clinton, and then Bernie Sanders versus like Joe Biden. Like, and by and large, Biden and Clinton have a worse track record on black issues, right, than like the Progressive Front does. The video is running the line that Bernie was racist for focusing on general popular policies first. But like, and it's stupid because like Joe Biden did nothing and said nothing about like black policies in the first place. Right? So even if the media was lying about that, like, which is going back to like the media being the main issue, Biden, for the issue of reparations, Biden was like, yeah, I guess we'll get somebody to study reparations or whatever. Maybe, I guess, maybe. And he also did nothing about it. Which, speaking of which, now I'm curious because like Biden is literally no longer the president. I want to look at his promise tracker again. I want to see if they finally updated it. They did. Okay, they moved all the they at least moved it to promises broken or compromise. Which I think compromises are still promises broken, personally. You know? Like, how do you compromise on reducing high maternal mortality rates? Like, what does that mean? Were the rates reduced or not? Like, add 150,000 community health workers. Like, what does that mean? Did he add 150,000 community health workers or not? Biden directed funding to recruit community health workers, but did not add 150,000. That's a broken promise, right? So he only kept less than like a third of the promises that he made, right? The rest of them he broke. You know what I mean? But like, that's never seen as like a failure within the black community. But we're expected like, and Biden was never expected to come in with a plan of being like, oh, here's how I'm going to help black people. Kamala Harris was running on like crypto. She's like, oh, black men love crypto. Let's give them more crypto stuff. Right? And I think a problem that I see in like the overall black community is, you see like Jonathan Greenblatt on CNN, right, or MSNBC or wherever he was at, being like, oh, why did Zora Mamdani go to black churches and talk to black people about black issues specifically, and when it came to Jewish issues, he was just like, I'll look into it or whatever. Right? Which is like not the case overall. But I feel like for that, like that exists for like the black community as well. Right? We'll look at somebody who's trying to fix our issues and be like, oh, but why are they not making every single policy framed and filtered through the lens of blackness, as opposed to looking at things that will help black people, right? And being like, okay, this is good for all people, including black people, on top of the stuff that will also be specific towards black people, right? Like when he says that he's going to raise taxes on the richer, whiter neighborhoods, right? Which he's also getting, yelled at for. Like, while also being like, oh, but like you don't care about black people's issues specifically. I think Obama, he really made it clear to a lot of folks that we could never have policies focused on black issues. Nobody wants to get their hopes up and be disappointed. Yeah, I mean, but they did though with freaking Joe Biden. Like, just on this page, just search for reparations. Broken promise. Focus the study of reparations for slavery. Support the study of reparations for slavery. Or this one, which is also a broken promise. Make HBCUs, TCUs, and under-resourced MSIs more affordable for students. Right? These are failures. Biden's promise to study reparations for the Black Americans for slavery stalls. Biden promised to support a study on reparations, but has not called for one. So in the chatter, guys, why are we talking about Biden? Trump is infinitely worse for Black Americans than Biden? No. Chatter, we're talking about the Democratic Party as a whole, right? I am a Democrat, registered Democrat. I vote with the Democratic Party. A lot of chatters in here are Democratic voters. We're talking about why the Democrats oftentimes fail to address the needs of the Black community, and why the Black community is feels as though they are not listened to, and why progressives oftentimes don't get the support of the Black community in the first place. That's it. Do you want the Democrats to win the elections or not? Do you want them to keep losing to people like Trump? Because if not, we need to have a conversation about why the Democrats lost to Trump in the first place. Why and what Zohran Mamdani did in New York City did well, right? Where it can do better, where it still needs to go, and how progressives can learn from that victory, like as a whole. Like, you want me to talk about like the freaking like a hurricane essentially? Like, I'm not a Republican. I can't change who the Republicans put in power. I can't say, oh, Trump is bad this, Trump is bad that. What I can do is tell the Democrats how they can defeat people like Trump, how they can win votes from me, right? The people in this community, other progressives, so that people like Trump do not rise to power. And this is the problem with like DNC Democratic, like TikTokers, influencers, or whatever. They're so focused on like the Trump angle, which is something that they cannot control. The Trump's put effect office scores are lower than Biden's, I think. It doesn't matter. I don't care. I'm not a Trump voter. I'm not a Trump supporter, right? I cannot control people who go out and vote for Trump. What I can do is tell the Democrats how they can fix the issue so they can attract those people. We know Trump is a liar. We know Trump is a fool. We know Trump is a white supremacist. We know these things. These are not new things. What doesn't change is the fact that the Democrats still fucking lost to him. Despite his political act being so much lower than Biden's, the Democrats still lost to him. And so I'm telling you how the Democrats need to operate in the future so that they don't lose to people like Trump in the beginning. That's what we're doing. We're doing that analysis, right? People didn't show up for Biden, right? Partially because of the fact that he's also a liar. We have a liar whose campaign is based foundationally in white supremacy, right? And a liar whose white supremacy is a little bit more hidden, right? And so if you're like totally fine with the liar, with like a president being a liar, and you're white supremacist, you're gonna vote for Trump regardless, right? Biden and Kamala Harris, by extension, right, lost people's support, right? They lost the confidence, the trust, right, of the people, and that needs to be addressed. It does.
Vote blue no matter who people. And the real vote blue no matter who people are not going to stray away. They're not going to get off the Democrat ticket. The notion that people are going to say, nah, this guy's too progressive for me, can't do it, that does not exist in the establishment Democrat turnout machine. All of the establishment Democrats that might go to Andrew Cuomo won't go to Andrew Cuomo if he's not if he's not on the Democrat ticket. There will be some, but I don't think it'll be enough to move the needle. That's my point. A big part of why the incumbent mayor who's running on the independent ticket is deeply unpopular is also because he is pro-Trump. He is now basically working at the behest of Trump because he is compromised. Ironically enough, Andrew Cuomo is also just as compromised as Eric Adams is. So all of these reasons are why Zoran's chances are fairly decent. Now, this does
got the most votes in history at the time. People did show up for Biden. To call Biden a white supremacist is a little far. His rhetoric is constantly to be the president for all people. No, he's a fucking white supremacist, chatter. Sponsor of the 94 crime bill. Like, let's be real. Right? This isn't a dig at Biden specifically. Right? Most of the people who are in like public office are like white supremacists. Especially if they're like freaking 90 years old like Biden was. And he only got that many votes in 2020 because of the anger and frustration at the Trump administration. Everyone supported the crime bill at the time. Exactly. You're just describing exactly what I said. That's the issue. It was a white supremacist bill. And they're all white supremacists. I literally just described that. I just described that most people in American politics are white supremacists. They do the work of white supremacists. And he was like, well, have you considered that everybody, including the black caucuses? Like, yes. Yes, they were functionally supporting white supremacy. Yes. White supremacy is not about your skin color, chatter. It's not. The black caucus are white supremacists. Yes, they serve white supremacy. Yes. Black people can serve white supremacy as well. They can support policies that are white supremacist in nature. Pretty much all police funding bills are serving white supremacy in nature because the police are a white supremacist institution. Like, white supremacy is literally the political default in this country. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
doesn't mean that Zoran can do this alone, especially if the
in the West in general, because it is the overarching superstructure after like capitalism that guides how the policies that we are not even just our policy, but our foreign policies as well. I'm sorry, not just our domestic, but foreign policies as well. America is a white supremacist nation. And so if you are a participant in the government, right, it's going to take active work on your part to not try to adhere to that white supremacy, right? To that Western imperialist like notions. It just does. And so if you're passive in the US government, you're going to be serving the means of white supremacy. You just are. This isn't like a necessarily like a moral ascription, right? I'm not like saying, oh, morally they think that black people are inferior to white people or whatever, you know? But the policies that they support or don't support, right, are foundationally based in the same thing that white supremacy is based in, which is white supremacy.
establishment Democrat and all of the media work against them actively from this point on until the general, obviously that will make the chances much harder. I have seen a little bit of that. I have seen a little bit of that Zoran stuff happening. Like one of the best examples that the Democrats might actually still rat him is the fact that a lot of the Democrats in New York are just congratulating him on his victory, but not endorsing him. That's a little bit dangerous. Daniel Goldman is a good example of this. His district went to Zoran. Daniel Goldman came out and said this.
I think it's also like Chuck Schumer as well. Right? Because they're playing this game. Right? And I think it's very funny because if they go down the route that they think they're going to go down, it doesn't matter because, like, just like the Republicans painting Democrats as hypocrites don't matter because like they're the people with the money, they're the establishment, so it doesn't necessarily matter. But it's going to be very hard for them to vote blue no matter who in the future once they abandon that principle now. Right? People want somebody who is like anti-Trump, who will actually fight Trump, and the Democrats won't. Right? And so if they abandon Zoran now, in a time where like he has unprecedented support, and he ends up losing this election because of the lack of support from the vote blue no matter who fandom, I don't see a pathway forward for the Democratic Party. I just don't. See all the pirate stuff is wild, being how I said this all a year ago. Well, have you considered? Moist Critical didn't make a video back then. So, and remember this, chat? It will be the same way for the Ethan stuff. It will be the same way for the Ethan stuff. Right? This is how we're going to feel about Ethan. Once, you know, in 3, 6 months, 8 months down the line, somebody finally makes an Ethan video and is like, man, Ethan Klein, not very bueno. And then everybody flips like that. Just remember it. Because we're not gonna be vindicated, you know what I mean? We're still gonna be yelled at, but being like, oh, we still hate those people over there though, but Ethan did go too far with his, you know, litigation. Right? What was tipping you off about pirate software a year ago? I said it in my video. I don't know if you're asking Jason. I said it in my video, is that like, I think his whole like, just make games. Yeah, I'll play that section. You know what I mean? Even though it's not particularly fully relevant. It's like those people who blocked it hated me, and still don't forgive me today. Oh, this almost has 10,000 views. Here, this one. Bait and switch thing. There was the Nepo. Have you seen the reviews of his game? No. And because he grew so fastly, or so quickly, so organically, yeah. Like even streamers who like may have spoken out against Asmongold are going to defend pirate software for like talking with Asmon or whatever, right? But where he messed up is the same way that Dream messed up, and that's not understanding his audience. When you've built an audience that's supposed to be apolitical and no politics or whatever, and you have a conversation with, not this part, it's a little bit further. Or is it earlier? Just make games. Right here. Take. I have to take that. I believe in probably the meanest I'm gonna get to what my real.
None of that other shit matters. It just gets in the way of that. If you're constantly
and if I want to get into what my real beef with pirate software is, right? And like and this is probably the meanest I'm gonna get in this discussion. His whole just be creative, just makes games is fake as fuck, if I'm being real. If it's removed from politics. Because I have that same take. I have the take that I believe in my heart of hearts, everybody is a creative. Everybody, given the opportunity, will make something. Right? That's the reason why I believe, or I'm anti-capitalist, right? I believe in systems like socialism or communism or whatever, right? Because I believe that if you give people and you fix their material conditions, you allow them a chance to grow and build the art that they want to build. And you are never going to do that, right? They will never do that when they are bogged down by the systems of capitalism. Any take that is about just be creative, just make games, just be artful, right? That is removed from the discussion that people can't do that under capitalism. Not everybody has their first job at 16 by their daddy working at Blizzard for 23 years or whatever, You feel me? Some people grow up with nothing, right? Some people have something and then lose everything. Some people are homeless. Some people have to work dead-end jobs, 3 jobs to take care of their family. Not everybody can just be creative. It's not as simple as just be creative, right? So you have this idea, and it sounds good, doesn't it? It sounds super sweet and awesome, and it makes you feel all warm and bubbly inside when he just says, just make games. Yeah, just make games. With what time? Just be creative. Yeah, just be creative. With what time? I think given the opportunity, everybody would be creative. They'd make games, they'd write books, they make comics, they'd sing, they dance, they draw, they color, they'll paint. Given the opportunity, everybody would be creative. But their first goal is to fix their material conditions. It's very hard to be motivated to be creative when you have to worry about, paying your bills. It's very difficult to be creative when you have to worry about whether or not your kids are going to eat next week. That's why I think his whole be creative thing is fake as fuck. It's so fake. Because you can't just be creative, or you can't tell people to just be creative separate from politics. Because that's the reason why I do what I do. That's the reason why I talk about what I talk about. That's the reason why I advocate for what I advocate for. I actually believe what he says. I look at people, I look at the potential of humanity, and I say, I want them to thrive. I want them to thrive. Everybody, given the opportunity, can thrive. You just don't care to give them the opportunity. And that's what makes me mad. That's what pisses me off. That's a take. And my problem with Pirate Software video, it's like 5 months ago. But yeah, what did Jason say? Your own. Is that what baby background mattered because he had the free time money to do it? Yeah, allowing black, brown, and women not being allowed into the space because the gatekeep and people got mad at me. Yeah, I think you're in this video, Jason. By the way, I think that take is in this video somewhere. Yeah.
When I was 16 at Blizzard as a game tester for 6 months, I got that because my dad worked there for 23 years. My dad is a director of cinematic.
He's a director. That's what a nepo baby is. Are you kidding me? Like, I like this guy. Don't get me wrong. I like Pirate Software. That's what a nepo baby is. Do you know how hard it is to get a...
That did not save you, Jason. That did not save you. The programming space in general is so white and right wing now, which is also isn't its foundation, which is very very commie, which is why I had issues with the new space. It did not save me. But yeah, I have several apps and service ideas that I've been wanting to make, but after work, when I'm so burnt out of either dealing with people or writing code, is so inspiring on top of worrying about bills. That is always feels as an impossible endeavor to even start, let alone complete. Yeah, this goes for everything. Like, I still believe that every single person given the opportunity will create. I want to address this chatter as well, because I disagree with it. Right? Well, I broadly agree. I'm starting to think that a non-0% of people out there would literally only consume given the opportunity. I think that this is mostly nurtured, not nature, though. Okay, yeah, I think there is a certain percentage of people, so I don't disagree. Right? There is a certain percentage of people who will only consume. Right? And honestly, I think that's fair. That's fair. That's true. I think that's good, actually. Right? What is art if not to be consumed? You know? But I think by and large, most people would create something. They would add something to the world. In some way, shape, or form. They'd write, they'd draw, they'd dance, they'd sing, they'd play an instrument. They'd create a product, they'd cook, they'd bake, they would add something to the world. Right? But under capitalism, you can't do that. You're either forced to like commodify your hobby and turn it into a hustle, so you're able to do it under the system, or you have to, go to your job and do your job and hope that maybe you'll have time to do your hobby afterwards. The most drawing is the white leftist that came from me saying, calling me a spoiler and saying I was bad for the left or for saying this, and the obvious death threats and stalking that came from both sides. Yeah, there's a huge problem on the left from like white leftists who do stuff like that. They did this to me as well, right? When I criticized the Dean Withers stuff, I said Assange should not platform Dean Withers. I had the same white leftists coming at me saying that I was bad for the left, right? That I was repulsive of the left. This happens with all marginalized people, right? If you're a person of color, if you're a woman, and you do a critique of a white man that they project themselves on, then you're the issue. You're the problem, right? Because they see themselves in pirate software, because they're nepo babies, right? They see themselves in Dean, because they're also formerly racist, right? They see themselves in Vosh. They saw themselves in Ethan, right? And so they view your critique of those people as a critique of them, and they like don't internalize it, but they lash out because they don't want to address their internal privilege, if you will. Right? That's what's so crazy. Speaking of like a similar situation, right? Because it kind of gets into this tweet that I posted. I thought it was kind of funny as well. I saw this post. It was on iFunny as well, which is kind of weird. I didn't see it on iFunny. I saw it on Google Images. I'm looking for a picture of myself for a thumbnail. And it said, Shauna Black is a race grifter who cries racism at literally all criticism or pushback, but this thumbnail is objectively hilarious. I said, even my haters can't help but respect me. I know, it's something funny. The thumbnail is good. It's a good thumbnail. I'll take that as a W, right? But the point that I also wanted to point on was race grifter. Also today I learned race grifter was a thing they call me. Like when my haters learn what words mean for real, they would be a force to be reckoned with. Right? Because like a race grifter who cries racism at literally all criticism or pushback. Like, this is just not true. Right? Not like to a serious degree. Like even with this recent like Ethan Klein situation, I didn't say Ethan was coming after me because I'm black. Right? I said Ethan was avoiding mentioning me directly because I'm black. And that's still true. Right? But I wouldn't say that Ethan was like including me because he was racist. That was what the Twitter space was saying. But when you are a person who does analysis from a black perspective in general, this is how you're going to be viewed. Right? They're mad that I, am not like a meek little black person over here being like, oh, I'm a small bean or whatever. Right? They're mad that I am outspoken, right, about my identity and the role that my identity plays in the spaces that I occupy. Right? They're mad that I won't let white freaking leftists or whatever get away with their white leftism, and I will call them out on it. And I will call things racist when they are racist. You know, you talk about racism. Oh, too late. Race shifter, I guess. I think I saw a screenshot somewhere of someone saying you don't deserve glasses as cool as those in the thumbnail. That's crazy. I still have these glasses, I think. No, I don't. Those are the black ones. I have some tan ones, but they're mad you're taking up space. Yeah, right. Because they would rather a black person not be in the position that I'm in, not get the attention that I get. You know what I mean? Like this isn't criticism that like Mike gets, right? This isn't criticism that like Hassan gets. But seeing a black person, right, talk about and be outspoken about racial dynamics right? Is what their issue is. Which is why I'm a race grifter to them. And I'm not gonna stop. They're not gonna stop me from talking and contextualizing things in the only black person. Yeah, in this space, pretty much. There are a few others, but I think I'm the only black person who, like, in this, not in like the cornbread tomb space or whatever, like FD for foreign, Turb, Think Peace, like over there, but like on like the Twitch space specifically, the only person who gives a full black perspective, right, in this way. There are black people who like talk about politics and stuff, but like it's not like filtered through the lens of blackness. Not coming at those people, but I'm just saying it's not like that, right? But also now like FD is on Twitch, and so is Foreign on Twitch now as well. FD and Foreign don't count until they add BTTV to their channels. True. Or get sub badges, you know. But they're new. They're new. You're the only black politics streamer I watch that has a sizable following. Yeah. Hassan kind of gets it because of his proximity to Islam, but it's not nearly as much. No, they don't call Hassan like a Muslim grifter. You know what I mean? Per se. Like, Hassan's analysis is at least taken seriously to a certain extent, where it's not reduced down to not being relevant because he's Turkish or Muslim. You know what I mean? Like, they're calling into question my analysis before they actually see it. They do actually. Not on every issue. You know what I mean? I think like Hassan talked about that when he's talking about like Palestine, right? Or talking about like Zoran Mamdani. Like, he says that like in those instances, he's it's called into question and be like, oh, you're Muslim, so you know, of course you support Palestine or whatever, right? I don't get that luxury. You know? Everything I say is reduced down to being meaningless because of my race, essentially. Right? Me speaking about things being intersectional and how everything overlaps means that I'm a race grifter. And at least Hassan is taken seriously in his analysis about like class issues. You know? I think it's because Hassan is white passing. I think that's part of it. Right? Because like, you know who also gets this, chat? FD Signifier. I like FD Signifier gets this from like Destiny's community. You know? Because you can't be a black person talking about black issues without white people getting mad and all up in your business, all up in your face. You know? And so if you are a black person outspoken about black issues, and this goes for like, which I was saying about Hassan as well, this goes for all marginalized people, right? If you're a woman talking about issues that face women, if you're a Muslim or perceived as Muslim, right? Culturally Muslim, you talk about issues that face, or talk about Islamophobia, right? You get that as well. You know? Because, and this is why I had so much of an issue with the Dean stuff, and the pushback I was getting from like leftists talking about how it's necessary to have white people speak on behalf of black people, right? The issue is not that specifically white people are better equipped to like speak to or on the behalf of black issues. It's that when black people talk about black issues, this is what we get. You know, which is why I push back on this idea that like, oh, it's necessary to have white people speak to other racist white people or whatever. You know? Oh, we need that because like, oh, you know, black people they just can't do it. When that's not the case, and that idea feeds into this. It's two sides of the same coin. But anyway, this thumbnail's fire though. To the point where like even my haters can't help but respect me. Right? Now someone also said, didn't someone like this come to your YouTube chat as well? I was like, well, yeah. So even like Nicholas to Eat the Oreo came into my YouTube chat and was like, you're kind of crazy, but raising money regarding ICE in the face of a lawsuit was pretty admirable. Like, they can't help but respect me. I'm too cool for school. Gotta take that chance to make an Ace Attorney joke. Can't make an Ace Attorney joke because I haven't played it in years. But yeah, speaking of which, right? In the way that I'm treated in this friggin' space. Did y'all see this tweet that I made actually yesterday? I was so hurt. So Olivia's in the news because of course Olivia's in the Twitter space news again because like she can't stop tweeting. The person said, is that Olivia Juliana person just a random TikToker that the Democratic Party decided to make their influencer of choice? Does she actually have a large following? Is she a real influencer or just like a sort of like a person who posts a lot on social media? This person posted a screenshot from her Wikipedia article saying Juliana began posting political content during the 2020 United States presidential election. She gained widespread attention in 2021 when she encouraged people to submit false reports to a Texas Right to Life whistleblower site that enabled anonymous reporting of abortions under the Texas Heartbeat Act. The site was eventually overwhelmed and taken down. I read this and I was like, that's crazy. So I replied, I was like, wait, me being erased from this story is so insane. Because for those of you who don't know, right, because somebody asked and they were like, wait, I don't know the lore, someone explain. I posted this article. TikToker makes script to flood Texas abortion whistleblower site with fake info. This is me. This is me. Like, it's not like nobody knew. This video I posted got 1 million views. I got multiple articles written about me. Where's the main video at? Actually, I don't know where the main video is. Here. Okay, so here's the update. Unfortunately, the IP banned me. Found out this morning. So when I access the site, it gives me something that looks like this. But before that, I was able to get about 245. And this morning, about 48 more, so about 300. But then I started thinking, what if I made this a bit easier for everybody? So I made an iOS shortcut. You might be asking yourself, what does the iOS shortcut do? Well, it picks a random city, county, and Texas zip code, and all the other information, puts it in the form, automatically submits it. So if you go to the website from your iOS device, this is the web page with the form, you click the share button, you click the shortcut, it automatically sends the form. It will then refresh the page and give you the option to do it again. Takes like 5 seconds. If you're interested, I'll put a link in my bio and download the shortcut, along with some instructions on how to use the shortcut. And because it uses realistic information, it makes it harder for them to parse through the data. Yeah. Also, leave my smoke alarm alone, okay? If we talk about the smoke alarm, you're anti-black. The source on Wikipedia, by the way. Am I mentioned this? I'm not mentioning this at all. It's crazy. I wonder if this is still up. It's like this TikToker, I guess. Actually, no, I don't know. A Texas TikToker helped take down a controversial website designed to report abortions. The group that launched the website vowed they will bring it back online. In an interview on Eyewitness News, Olivia Juliana promised the fight is far from over. She's outspoken Fort Bend County teenager who's garnered millions of views on social media amongst social media app popular amongst Gen Z. According to a previous report from Tron, the 18-year-old does not use her last name out of privacy concerns. Texas Right to Life, which helped pass the state's ban on abortions once fetal heartbeat is detected, launched prolifewhistleblower.com, which is a way for anyone to anonymously report violations of the new law. Texas's new abortion law allows for anyone to sue those who perform an abortion or those who help someone access the procedure for at least $10,000. Lawmakers and activists designed the measure to financially cripple doctors and clinics. So far, the threat of lawsuit has restricted access to abortion in the second most populous state in America. Do this information what you will, Olivia Juliana said in a TikTok video. How are they going to investigate this with the anonymous tip website? She went on to say that people could submit anything. The picture of Ted Cruz in gym clothes, and the website ultimately crashed. Are you serious? I feel like there's something between these two things that happened that pushed for that crash to happen in the first place. That's crazy. Like, oh, and the website crashed sometime in the future as a result of some efforts that Olivia helped with. Where the plane was flying and then the buildings fell down. Exactly. Exactly. I'm just like, that's crazy. Following growing pressure, GoDaddy, which was a hosting site, ended its relationship with the Houston-based organization. When this bill is passed, I was absolutely mortified. My goals with TikTok videos is to speak out against these issues, to protect women and now who've now had batting on their heads for $10,000 to and fight for women who get their rights to bodily autonomy back. Representatives for Texas Right to Life used extraordinary language describing the critics of the law, calling them an abortion mob who launched cyber attacks from intolerant keyboard warriors. That's pretty funny. Damn, I'm not mentioned at all. You submit a request for correction at the bottom of the article. Yeah, like 4 years later. Yeah, jeez Louise. But yeah, I'm just like look at this one. I still don't have a Wikipedia page. Anyway. How do we get here? Racist? It is racist. It's racism incarnate. They won't want to trust me. I want a Google knowledge panel. That's all I want, honestly. I just want a Google knowledge panel. Do you have a wiki feed? I hope not. How do we get here? Oh, we were watching this, but I want to get to the pirate software stuff. I talked about this enough, in my opinion. I want to get to the pirate software stuff. What even is a knowledge panel? That's not what I want to do. This. When you search up a key term, it shows up as like, this is who this person is. And you know who has one, chat? Olivia Juliana has one. Harry Sisson has one. Isaiah Martin has one. Dean Withers has one. You know who doesn't have one? Me. I don't have one, but I should. But I should.
Sakuga Enjoye just subscribed. Are you 2 years, baby?
Gotta make a website. That won't help. FD2? Can we check FD already? Yeah. Just gonna find doesn't have one either. Honestly, maybe it's just racist. What about Corey Kenshin? He's a black guy. Okay, Corey Kenshin does have one. And you know, it pulls from Wikipedia. So then it pulls data from your site's SEO or wiki. It pulls from Wikipedia. If you have a site, then it pulls data from your site too, maybe. Wait, Corey Kitchen's 32 years old? Him and Hassan are the same age. What about Berlizzi? Probably, yeah. Also 32 years old. Bro, Dashi got hair? I've never imagined seeing Dashi with like hair on his face. He's also 40? Jeez. He lost weight and got hair. Maybe you have to be maybe you have to be 32 to get knowledge panel. True. What Markiplier? Knowledge panel. Can you give me somebody who's like not like a giant YouTuber, chat, that you think might not have a knowledge panel? Dashi's 40, apparently. If you need to set up a Google business account or something. That's if you want a knowledge panel for a business. Like if you search up a business, which I won't do because it might dox me. Like if you have a business, it can show up a business knowledge panel. But if you're a creator, you don't have to have a business account to do it. Because it pulls from like Wikipedia and stuff for creators or personalities. But what is a Markiplier? Markiplier is this guy. Does Denims have one? I don't think so. Denims does not have one. What about like Mr. Arthur? Mr. Arthur does not have one either. Well, he has a famous birthdays though. Where's my famous birthdays at? Boo. I got a Twitch. Twitch stars. Kai Cenat, Rakai. I don't know who Avery West is. Queso, Vanilla Mace, Ninja. I don't know who. Oh, this is Lacey. Yeah. Pokey, Clicks, Steve Renato. Carl Jacobs number 11 in Twitch stars. I don't know who this guy is. Cinna, Max, Tubbo, Extra Emily, Jinxie, Ranboot, Faye, Silky. I don't know who Camo is. Kaide, Cypher PK. I don't know who Loser Fruit is. Hassan's 25. Washed. Washed. Wait, Kaide is not 23. That's not true. No, I guess she is 23. Never mind. I'm older than Kaide is? Man. That's crazy. Old, stop. Don't call me old, chat. Look at what I've done with my life. XQC, Tfue, Jack Manifold, Emeru, Niachu. I don't know who this guy is. I don't know who this person is. Cutie, Mr. Savage M, Tina. Oh, Tina's birthday was yesterday. Happy belated birthday, Tina. Blizzo, I don't know who that is either. Wally Bear, don't know who that is either. Zach TTG, I don't know who this is either. Myth, Nick, Fresh, I don't know who this is either. Wait, who is this person? Oh, he's a esports player. Wait, Bruce and I are the same age? 24? Oh, he's a little bit older than I am. That makes sense, to be honest. Sometimes I think about this, I'm like, man, I'm kind of washed. Some of these people are like my age with like millions of followers. Maybe I should just give this up, chat. Maybe I should just give this up and retire. Pack my bags. He was always super young. I remember it being weird to me that everyone around him was like 30. there is like a weird like. I guess it's not weird. I guess it's kind of diverse, right? But there are people who are like I was watching Pokemon's Mafia stream yesterday, and in that room there is a decade. There is an age span of a decade in that room. I'm just like, that's crazy. Like 10 years. How do I get myself on this thing? Contact. No. One of my friends got, like, Elise got freaking added because she got contacted. They contacted her and was like, yo, do you want to be on the freaking birthday? Like, what about me? Anyway, sorry. I'm getting distracted. Let's get to...
When we think about generational content creators...
Let's get to... We can watch the Pirate Software unraveling video. Or we can get to the... How, like, people are talking about the Ludwig stuff. Which I'm honestly not a huge fan of. Like, I'm not going to speak to this video specifically because I don't know. But there's a lot of, like, right-wing adjacent content creators, like Tectone and stuff, who are, like, making videos about Ludwig being a bad friend. You know? Like, Ludwig is a bad friend who failed Mango. As opposed to it being about, you know, Mango's sexual harassment. The Rivals 2 getting review bond because the Pirate Software is affecting Lud right now on top of the Mango stuff he's going through. Yeah. Four made a video about it. We already watched Four's video about Mango as a whole, but there's like, okay. This is like the ultimate final form of SlopTube, by the way. The ultimate final form of SlopTube. Tectone responds to Ludwig's Tectone responds to Ludwig on the Mango situation by Trill Talks Everything. It's the final form of SlopTube. It's some dude reacting to some dude talk about some other dude about a situation involving his friend. And I'm just like, we're too deep into this, too deep. Like, you know you can have your own take, right? Like, his chat is like, justice for Mango. His 7th video of the day, yeah. Like this, Ethan trolls Sean the Black while Casey Tron is getting...
And it was apparently Casey and her husband.
You know what I mean? Getting married in the middle of a lawsuit. Like, you know what? Go for it. Go for it. I genuinely, I hope this has some longevity to it. This is too deep in the slop. It showed up on my algorithm. I delete my account. Yeah. It's just, you know what? Maybe he's can add something productive to the space. Live your life. No, he lives for the slop, chat. You don't get it. You don't understand. He lives for the slop. This is all he does. This is all he does. He just releases like 9, 10 videos a day. You know what I mean? Just slop after slop after slop, right? I am slightly curious about what he has to say about my situation, because I guarantee he's like, haha, Sean the Black's getting sued. Yeah, you should have done copyright. All right. You should have done fair use. You know, now you're getting sued. Now you're going to be taken for everything you own. To only a day later be like, huh, Ethan Klein did a fantastic troll where he led everybody to believe that Sean the Black was getting sued. And like there are people in my replies being like, oh, you see how scared he is, right? I love watching this video because you can see how scared and terrified Sean is when he pauses for a second You can see his eyes searching what he wants to say. He's thinking about how much money he's gonna lose from Ethan Klein and how he's almost bursting into tears. Like, I'm not joking. This is a real comment that I got on my video. That is a real comment that somebody posted after I posted my video. I you my friend linked your Mir AV video. I found your perspective really helpful. Thank you. Thanks for the chatter. I appreciate that. I always appreciate chatters who come in here from like my actual videos, not like from the drama slop. Let's see if I can find the comment. It's just so crazy. Like, also, it's so funny because there's also people like this. I'm like, bro, did you not get the memo? Because like all you do was add transformative commentary to the video. It's not that hard, little bro. Like, this was 5 hours ago. Did you not get the memo? Ethan Klein admitted that he has nothing on me. But here, this is the one. This is the one. I'm gonna read it in the villain voice. Knowing that this was just Ethan trolling makes this so funny. Like the little silences where Sean's brain tries to process and him trying to keep it together and not break down crying is amazing. Ha 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 ha. Like, the bot hasn't been updated, Tro. Chills, full body chills. I'm literally shaking. I'm shaking. Sean, he's gonna cry. He's gonna cry. Like, it's pure cope. It's pure cope. You know what? Let him cope. Let them cope. They're boosting the engagement. You know, this video got, let's see. This video got 631 comments. Hey, we hit 10,000 views. W. The thing about having a critical take on a popular streamer is that there's always somebody who agrees. I want to add additional layers to the tape for no reason. So basically, did a felony, fumbled it so hard that I had to backtrack a statement and possibly put all his losses in jeopardy with a troll. Listen, just let him cope. Let him cope. That's why I didn't bother myself with like responding to like losers like this. You know what I mean? Because like he posts so much, but he gets like no engagement. You know? Like I started, and this is funny because I said this like a few weeks ago. I was like, you know, I'm gonna start posting like this. You know, I'm gonna start posting drama stop content like this. And I started posting after he did, and I get way more engagement than he does. You know, he has 512 videos. Just slop, and nobody's watching it. So hey, if he wants to yap into the void, Trill can talk about everything, and you know, maybe somebody will watch it eventually. Can't hate the hustle. Hope he makes it one day. Yeah, one day. One day he'll cultivate an audience that just wants to slop. And if he wants that, then good for him. Good luck. Let's see how Omni covers the Ludwig situation, honestly.
Before. So it's variation from some of the things we talked about from the last video. I think we'll start off with this whole thing about with Ludwig and Mango. You guys said there was a little bit of a continuation phase from what we were talking about before. So it's Zeus, and a lot of you guys asked me to talk about this. Okay, it says Ludwig has been exposed for seemingly encouraging Mango to drink a PB. Despite knowing him being a chronic drinker, I believe Abba and Preach have also put out a commentary video recently. Yeah, so this is kind of a follow-up from the video that we did last week. We talk about this YouTuber.
It's the whole culture that has the issue. It's hard to ignore that.
By the name of Ludwig. He was hosting an event. It was called like Mario Beer is something. You play Mario Kart and you drink a lot of beer, and he invited his.
I think if Ludwig actually apologized to a certain degree, like an actual like an adequate apology, I would think that all of this is like a little bit overblown. But he didn't. So like it's hard to feel bad for Ludwig when like it didn't feel like he took it as seriously as he probably should have. And so it's just like it's like the slop tubers just kind of riding off of like, you know, Ludwig to a bunch of views. But Ludwig, it's not like Ludwig doesn't deserve it because he just hadn't apologized in the way that he should have for it. He refused to take any accountability, and now the situation has blown up. Yeah. Felt bad for him on his first apology when he was still hungover. Then his official statement was asked. Yeah.
Friend Mango, who's a top Smash player, now was one of the best.
Again, I will say this. I'm not even expecting Ludwig to like drop Mango as a friend or whatever. Right? But it's more about acknowledging what he did and stating what he could have done better in the future. Like I should have spoken up to stop Mango. I didn't do enough. It was my event. I should have put things in place to stop it. If he would have just said that, it would have been like, you know, decent. But he just didn't. He was like, I didn't see it. And the one time I saw it, I just stopped him. And he's not coming back again. This is just not enough.
Best in the world, and he lost everything. He lost his sponsorship. I think he got banned on Twitch. He lost everything, and then he stood back and said, "Yeah, it was." He's basically.
Reese was talking about the Ludwig thing, or the Mango thing. Yeah, it's still the Mango thing, but like now, like the slop tubers are responding to it. Again, I'm not talking about Omni specifically. I'm talking about like Tectone, who's like calling Ludwig an elf friend for like abandoning Mango in his trying time. Essentially, I mean, we can look at the Tectone video if you want, but I don't think y'all want that. I'm gonna be real. I think they just feel like it would be an admission of guilt, so they're hoping that it gets swept under the rug. But like, you can like guilt, like in what way? Like, you think Twitch is gonna ban you if you acknowledge that you should have stepped up earlier, or whatever? Like, you're not gonna like run in and escape this. You know? It's Omni cool. I haven't kept up with his takes on stuff. Omni's fine. I don't think it's valid. I think they're just using legal brain. But then that they've opened themselves up to this line of criticism. This is true. This was a Tectone slay that I thought was kind of funny. Stray that I thought was kind of funny.
Enable game chat. It's actually one of my greatest pleasures. Enable game chat. It's actually one of my greatest pleasures that I get to die never having to speak to these people.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's like a Tectone video. I can die never watching one.
So true.
It's a good life. It's a good life that I get to
like
have.
A really healthy life.
True. Right. And this is my issue with Ludwig, right? Is that if Ludwig would have addressed, like, I don't want to say addressed Tectone, but like, I think oftentimes Ludwig, because of his like position as like impartiality and like apoliticism and like brand safetyness, when he gets into situations like this where like he has like a discourse with like these slop tubers, like nobody's on his side. Like if Ludwig had actually apologized and took accountability the way that I described, right, I would defend him against attacks against like Tectone, you know. But he kind of rides this line of like not going as far enough to like actually be accountable, and also being attacked by slop tubers, but also letting other people be attacked by slop tubers, which means like now like the left side of Twitch have no reason to defend Ludwig because he did not come to the left side of Twitch's defense. He also didn't apologize correctly, so like we wouldn't have done it anyway. But also the slop tubers like to attack Ludwig because they love the drama numbers and stuff. Right. And it's why like writing this line of like apoliticism would never help you. Because the second you step out of line or you are a name that the that like Tectone can like farm off of, he's gonna use you for that. But if the space would have like ostracized Tectone in the way we should have done months ago, right? This wouldn't really be an issue. But like nobody cared about Tectone and Tectone's proclivity for like harassing creators when it was Frogan. You know what I mean? When Tectone gets banned like 6 times for like sexualizing denims over and over and over again. Nobody cared about that. It was like the first they came for the communist meme, but like with the slop tubers. Like, Ludwig chose not to talk about those things when Tectone was doing that to the people that he didn't necessarily like, and now he's become the target. You know? And it's going to be the same thing for Ethan Klein. It'll be the exact same thing for Ethan Klein. It already happened with Ludwig, right? Ludwig ignored Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein brought him into it, and he went back to ignoring him. But like, you think you can ignore Ethan while Ethan is crashing out and attacking people that you deem are not worth saving until Ethan puts his sights on you. And then it's like, okay, now you're in the crosshairs, right? Like that one lawyer dude. I don't know what his name is. Like, is it Picasso? I don't freaking know. The one lawyer dude that like was on Ethan's side, slightly criticized Ethan just a little bit. And then Ethan started to crash out on him. Pisco? No, not Legal Mindset. Pisco's an interesting name. It's not Legal Mindset, not the right wing guy, right? But the other lawyer dude, who Ethan compared to like Mike. Pisco is short for Piss Company. I can't tell if you're joking or not, because that is an interesting name choice. Pro Palestine creators don't exist for anyone else. The fact that no big streamer has not named Hassan has spoken up for Frogan's Denim Casey is appalling. Yeah. Yeah. It is kind of crazy. It is kind of crazy that like a larger male creator with millions of followers you know, Pisco is a drink pronounced Pisco. That's not better at all. You went from Pisco to Pisco. Anyway, sorry. It is kind of crazy that like a larger male creator is like weaponizing his following against 3 smaller women creators, and then just nobody in the space is talking about it. It is crazy. Will Palestine be the fall of Twitch because not enough creators on Twitch will have come out to condemn Ethan? What do you mean? What do you mean be the fall of Twitch? Yeah, it is wild, honestly. I do slightly side eye the large streaming landscape. Just a little bit. Like how we're seeing with the fall, like Western empathy or like the idea of it. Not really. No. The creators are just gonna keep going along with what they're doing. Let's continue with this.
An alcoholic. The reason why is because there's a clip of him basically air humping like 2 girls right in front of their faces while on stream. And yes, sexual harassment, my friends. As I said, there's a continuation of.
See, it wasn't that hard, Ludwig. It wasn't that difficult. We watched this for like a minute, and Omni was able to call it like it was. It's sexual harassment. So guys, you mean the biggest creators in the room? This is also true, right? And I think that is I think that this has happened in the space. Is that like it's kind of reducing down the actual you know, the women in the situation, because they're not just two girls, right? They're some of the biggest creators on the platform as a whole.
A few more clips have been floating from the event, one being this one. A lot of you guys pointing me in this direction.
See, like, distancing stuff from Hassan for no legitimate reason and showing up to Ludwig's stream after the Mango incident is wild. That is interesting, actually. I didn't think about it like that. Did Ludwig fail him as a friend, or was it a failure from Ludwig to have him as a friend? No, I don't think it was a failure for Ludwig to have him as a friend. I think it was a failure of Ludwig as a friend. But like, not from a perspective of like, oh, he like egged on his drinking when he was alcoholic. That's part of it. But I think the main failure came in this specific situation from not telling him to stop and cutting him off from like not curbing his behavior earlier. Right? Like, that's the issue with this specific situation. Like, I think he failed in like, forcing like an alcoholic friend of his to drink a bunch and enabling him is bad. On top of failing to like stop his sexual harassment as the event organizer and as Mango's friend and as a friend to these women as a whole.
Direction saying, hey, I haven't spoken to it fully, but Ludwig failed Mango as a friend. Enabling and sharing on this level of drinking and not looking after him, not separating him from others is incredibly irresponsible. If you're hosting an event like this, you'd need security.
Yeah, this is correct. Yeah, it's true.
TBH.
Guys, Mango just blew a .25! Mango just blew a .32.
That is my go.
Hey, everybody! Mango just blew a .32!
To be clear, that is dangerous. That's not good. That's not good.
Yeah. On first thought, I'm thinking like, niggas just drinking, being wild, being crazy, right? But in the context of Mango being like an alcoholic, how do I put this? I have friends and some family that have experience with alcoholism, right? And as a friend and as a family member, for me, at least personally, I've already made it a very huge boundary not to involve alcohol whenever I am around them. It's kind of like my own rule on them, for me and for them, because alcoholism is really bad. Now, I get that's Mango's whole shtick. He's just like, I'm the alcoholic. I'm the drunken master of the melee. I get it. But to be honest, I've seen so many people go down some dark roads when it comes to alcohol that I don't really play around much with it anymore. Okay. If you're somebody who can hold your liquor, then sure, get out there, have a blast, have fun, drink it up, get smashed up. But if you're somebody that has a problem and then we're kind of parading that problem and we're celebrating that, I can't be me. Again, just can't be me. Being an alcoholic can ruin your life, whether you see it now, whether you see it later, whether you see it in your kidney, whether you.
And I will say, I don't want to speak for Omni specifically, but for a lot of people who are speaking from that perspective about like how bad alcoholism, a lot of them don't hold that same, like a lot of the stream, like the tech tones of the world or whatever, don't hold that same standard against the people like in their actual life. Like, I think some of them are using it as like a moral posture against like Ludwig. Be like, oh, if I was Ludwig in this situation, I would have done differently, right? When like the answer is that like a lot of times you wouldn't, right? That's my analysis from the situation, is that what Ludwig is doing here is not specific to like Ludwig. It's not like, oh, Ludwig as a person is a failure morally for like letting his alcoholic friend drink, right? We have a cultural problem with allowing and the normalization of alcohol as it pertains to alcoholism, right? And a cultural problem with allowing men to get away with a lot of stuff because they're your friends or whatever. And Ludwig is just the person in this instance that was more public to be doing that. You know?
You see it in your friends or your family, the people that affect you, it affects everyone. And it just so happens that it seems to be the point in time where alcohol finally caught up to Mango, and couldn't be me. I don't think that Ludwig could have saw this coming, but at the same time, let's keep watching.
Dangerous. Let's up those numbers!
Oh, shit.
Everybody, get your second race ready to go. Oh, sorry. I thought you were Mango. I got confused. Oh, fucking me. You just fucked me from behind. Get off me. Oh my god. He dressed so nicely.
Let me think about it for a second. Let me process this. I don't know if it sounds like it looks like Ludwig is also potentially probably drunk here too as well, or drinking. I imagine. Damn, bro, it's not a good look that your homie is.
Bro, you're cut off. He didn't want to be that guy, right? He didn't want to be the guy to like take the alcohol away from the drunken master, you know. And so, in an effort to like not be the that was, did y'all hear my elbow crack like that? Wait, hold on, I got one more. There we go. He didn't want to be the guy to be like, you're done. He never wants to be that guy. That's Ludwig's flaw. Ouch. What do you mean, ouch? That felt good. Didn't he say they cut him off like an hour before it ended? He did. But this was like, I don't know. I actually don't remember when this was.
Is out here
kind of
dry humping,
not being that guy. Well, that's what the criticism is, you know?
You while drunk, and then also going other places and just dry humping it.
That's the thing. Lev never want to be the guy in the situation. Be the guy, even if he puts himself in these situations until he's backlash himself. Yeah.
Like,
oh, you're right. They do have the shirts on. You're right.
All right, I processed it. Sorry, I'm rambling. Okay, this is not good. It's not good. Okay, if you have a friend who drinks, has alcohol issues, you bring them to your party and you encourage them to drink a lot more and a lot more and a lot more and a lot more, knowing that they have issues and I don't know. Does Mango's alcohol issues ever create problems? I guess is the question. Question mark.
It does, because they admitted it did. You know.
I guess maybe that's the only thing that I can think of. I'm trying to look at this from all values. I'm not trying to.
Like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
I don't know how much.
I live when I believe.
Sad Cheetah just subscribed.
Okay, we're gonna skip this because I've talked about this pretty consistently, and it doesn't seem like Omni has a bad take on this. His take is fine. It makes sense. I think no one ever wants to be it when it comes to influencers / creator spaces. And that's the problem, is that you need to be that if you're going to run the events, right? You either have to be the bad guy or you have to employ somebody who's like, your job is to be the bad guy, right? And the funniest part is we have an instance of this happening with creator events, and that's with Maya. At Cutie's events, Maya is like the bad guy. Like at the Streamer Awards. At the Stream Awards, Maya is like running around with production, has a headset on, and Maya is the person being like, all right, you got to go here, you got to go there, you got to do this, you got to do that, right? Because Cutie's not doing that herself at this event, right? And so if you're not going to be that person, you got to either have somebody else be that person or hire somebody to be that person. And that's where Ludwig failed. You know? I remember being at the Stream Awards and like Maya scared me. I'm being real. My first impression of Maya was that she was kind of scary because she was doing that, playing that role as like, you know, I'm Cutie's mouthpiece. So if I say something, you're going to do it. You know, and like Leopard just didn't have that. He needs somebody in his corner to be like, yo. Which I mean, the problem is like if you've ever been to a frat house, there's no person like that, right? For the most part, if you're at a frat house with a bunch of frat bros, there's no person who steps into that position to be like, I'm going to be the person to make sure that this doesn't get out of hand. Which is why Twitch oftentimes feels like a boys' club. You know? Like how's that Maya works at a job where she needs to have it together. Basically, no other streamer does. Also, even if Mango didn't have a history of harassment, it still doesn't justify egging him on. You wouldn't encourage a drug addict just because they don't get violent. That's also true. But that's the difference in the way we view alcohol as a vice, you know? alcohol is viewed differently as a vice, even if I think it should be viewed the same way as we view like other drugs or other vices. Alcohol is viewed as acceptable. Even like insane alcohol, like getting blackout drunk is like acceptable to a certain extent. Like in a party setting, if you're not blackout drunk, you're seen as the weird person, right? And there's been like discourse online about like, oh, Gen Z aren't drinking anymore because they're all prudes and stuff, right? But it's just like, to a certain extent, maybe, but like, I just think that for, you know, the past 50, 60 years, the way that alcohol has been treated has been a necessary component of party culture. You know? And Gen Z is just not as in tune with like party culture in that way. Is that they just drink less, and that's viewed by other generations as like prudish. Like, oh, why are you not getting blackout drunk on a Thursday night? Right? That's normal teenage stuff. And to be fair, I think Ludwig's a Zoomer, a Zillennial, but it's like the same thing. You know? Part of this is to stay relevant with the younger generation of streamers and viewers. Not even though, because like Mario Kart isn't that. Not really. Mario Kart is not to get like. This is where how I draw a distinction between like Ludwig style events and Cutie style events. Ludwig style events are more about the core like millennial audience and not about getting the young Zoomer Gen Alpha audience. Where Cutie's events are more open to cultivating that audience. Therefore, it appears very different, right? Ludwig's events feels very boys clubbish. You know? It's Ludwig and all of his, 30-year-old friends getting super drunk, playing Mario Kart, and that's kind of it. Or that's the like thesis of the event. That's how he structures all of his events. Streamer Games is Ludwig and his 30-year-old friends essentially doing Olympic style games. You know? So for like Ludwig events, it's mostly, or like a creator dodgeball. It's Ludwig and his 30-year-old friends playing dodgeball together. And I'm not saying that is a bad thing. I'm not saying that as like a critique of Ludwig. But the events are kind of structured around Ludwig and his friends. Right? So it's basically like if you put a camera on a frat house and what a frat house event happens on Saturday, right? Every Saturday, a frat house does a new event. It's kind of like that for Ludwig events. You know? And because of that, sometimes the event turns out very well. If you go to like a frat house party, sometimes the party is nice. The party is fun. People are drinking into a normal amount. People get a little bit rowdy, but it's chill and everybody leaves. But sometimes you go to a frat house party and it gets insane. People are throwing vases. People are punching TVs. People are upstairs having sex in your freaking bedroom or whatever. People are breaking bottles. People are jumping off the roof into the pool. And then it gets too crazy. That's like the sliding scale of like frat house parties. And like we just saw the extreme part of it in Mario Kart. Sometimes Ludwig events are chill. Sometimes they get too wild. The frat house aren't supposed to have 30 plus year olds. He's too old for this, especially if he's going to try to be sponsor friendly in hosting events. No, I won't even say that, right? Because the point is not that he is frat house age. The point is that it has frat house vibes, you know? The point of the event is to like reminisce on what happened like when we were crazy and in college. That sort of thing. You know? But anyway, that's the Ludwig situation a little bit more. I don't really care what like Tecton has to say about it, so we're not even gonna watch it. Cover this. Speaking of the Twitch ecosystem and landscape and Twitch events and stuff, I'm curious about this video about Cutie Cinderella and Cutie changing the Twitch landscape. I am curious about this one.
When we think about generational content creators, creators that have changed the trajectory and landscape of Twitch, one of the first faces that comes to your mind is Ninja. Ninja was the undisputed best Fortnite player during his prime and was extremely entertaining. Ninja was the face of arguably the best game of all time, but how he secretly changed the game was when he did
Fortnite, the best game of all time, is a bit far, I'll say, but it's okay.
Streams with Travis Scott and even Drake.
99.9% sure we are about to break Twitch.
What's the record? Do you even know?
Okay, so the record for an individual streamer, I think, is like 380,000. Pretty sure we just hit 420K.
Now that seemed like a one-off, and it was, but it gave life to the idea of streaming becoming mainstream one day. Aiden Ross was the first true desktop IRL streamer, based solely off chat interaction and video, and Aiden proved it was possible to be a successful streamer on Twitch without being a gamer. Aiden took the baton.
Is that true? I don't know if that's true. I will say Aiden's like adherence to like celebrity culture was new. Sure, I'm fine with saying that. But like I don't know if he was like the first IRL like desktop streamer. It's like Miz but no games. Breckful did this, but I'm too old. Twitch paid Logic millions to do nothing, really? Mic is quiet compared to the video. Is the video loud?
Of celebrity collabs.
The video is kind of loud a little bit. I'll turn it down.
Took
People
it
did
further than
desktop
Ninja
IRL
did.
stuff before Aiden Ross. That's what I thought.
And now to the current king of Twitch, Kai Cenat. Kai has learned everything from Kai and Ninja and took the baton to the moon. Kai has gotten Nicki Minaj, Chris Brown, LeBron James all on stream. And that's possibly because of Ninja's stream with Travis and Drake. Without that event, who knows if Kai walks the red carpet at the Grammys or presents a award at BET? Would there be a stream university, the best content event of all time? After saying all that, I have to convince you that there's someone.
Of all time? I don't know if this video is truly unbiased. No, that's fair. I think that is a fair. You can make that claim if you believe that. Elijah made over $8,000 an hour with his Twitch partnership. 2021, jeez Louise. Former rapper is crazy. He still releases music. Former rapper Logic signed a 7-figure deal with Twitch in 2020 to stream exclusively on the site. Since then, Logic racked up $8,000 per hour. Here's what he's done. Also he's apparently knighted, by the way. Sir Robert Bryson Hall II, also known as Logic, surprised fans when he had... Also, I'm not live on YouTube, am I? I'm not. RIP YouTube stream. I completely forgot to live on YouTube. It's fine. Yada 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 yada. 7-figure exclusive streaming deal. That's crazy. You abandoned them. They'll see a clip of this on YouTube, maybe, if I ever get around to editing it. Let's continue.
University, the best content event of all time. After saying all that, I have to convince you that there's someone just as or even more influential than all the names I just
paying
mentioned.
people to not play games way before Aiden. Oh, that was the point of the article. I totally forgot when I got distracted. Yeah.
And I will convince you. And that's what this video is about. This is the genius behind Cutie Cinderella. Welcome back for another episode of The Genius Behind. I listened to your comments. I got a mic. I had some great reception. The Ludwig episode. I really appreciate that. And these videos will come out every week. The person I was talking about is Cutie Cinderella. The way she impacts Twitch is way different.
Tie-breaking vote. That's not surprising, actually. That's exactly what I expected to happen, to be fair.
And then the way like Speed, Kai, or Aiden has impacted it. And I'm gonna convince you she's just as, if not more impactful than both of them. Who is Cutie Cinderella? She's been making content for over 4 years. She's the founder and creator of the Stream Awards. If you don't know Cutie Cinderella from anywhere, this probably is the best chance that you would know who she is. Stream Awards is the award ceremony that all the streamers go to get celebrated and to get their awards for the year that they just have. She hosts and created and founded the whole thing. Like, if you don't know her from anything else, let's say you've never seen her on stream. If you've seen her, this is probably what you've seen her on the Stream Awards. She's the queen of event. She's the best event planner in the game, you know. You also have Kai, Stream University, 7 Days In, Ludwig, who I just covered in the last videos. He has great events as well. That's pretty much it. There's not a lot of event makers, and she's an amazing baker. Probably one of the
That's also true, right? Which is, I will say, this is credit to Cutie, Ludwig, and Kai, but Drummer Razor. To be fair, Drummer doesn't do that many events, right? Most of his events are, okay, he does some events that are like, you know, IRL, but like streamer, like Cutie, Kai, and Ludwig do events that bring streamers across communities, that sort of thing, right? And so that's where it's like different, right? Ratio. To be fair, we're talking about like North American streamers, but that's different.
Streamers that's an expert in anything or like in something else. So if you don't know anything, she makes events and she hosts Stream Awards, and she is in charge of that, and it's the best events on Twitch. It's a brief overview if you've never heard of her. Gotten way more popular over the last 2 years. She's great. Okay, all right, let's get into the meat and potatoes of what this video is about and why I'm excited to talk about this today. Let's talk about how she changed Twitch. Now, when you think about changing Twitch, you probably think about High Speed, Aiden, Ninja. They obviously
Bro, why does Aiden keep popping up here?
The game exponentially. They made it more mainstream, a more nuanced way that Cutie changed the game is beyond impactful, and I don't think a lot of people recognize her for it. How her events changed the landscape of Twitch. Twitch was
planning, bro, almost died during Stream University and having to deal with the fraction of Cutie's stress. To be fair, it's because Cutie's been running events for, like, as he said, over 4 years, and Kai has not run events of that scale, right? So I'm not gonna like judge Kai too harshly about the way the event has gone because of the fact that he hasn't, you know, he's getting into it.
Was super separated before COVID. If I'll remember, before COVID, it was Ninja, right? In 2018, that's when Ninja was popping. That's when Fortnite was huge, and that's when Twitch was at its first initial prime before this, you know, because Twitch is in its prime of primes right now. But its first initial boom, exponential boom, was when Ninja was running stuff, right? If you remember, Twitch was super separated before COVID, so it was one streamer, and then they might play with like 5 other streamers. Everybody was in their own little box, and whatever game you played, you only played with people that played that same game. There was not much collaboration. There was not much effort for creators or other streamers to meet other streamers. It was not.
This is true, but hot take, it's still like this. Like, there is more collaboration across spaces, but like it's still like this. It's not like this has changed substantially. You know, collabs are mostly IRL streamers. Yeah, like it's we even who was talking about like Kai, Cutie, and Ludwig's events. They're still like, you know, they've expanded from the same like 5 to 10 people to the same 20 to 30 people, right? And that's good. I'm not discounting that. Like, I'm not saying that's bad. Like, that is a good thing that has happened. I'm glad to see that the space is expanded. But for most streamers, like it's mostly you're around this area, this space, right? And there's not a lot of like outside collaboration, mostly because Twitch doesn't really facilitate that. But Twitch as a platform doesn't facilitate that. Like, you're just not going to be in the space with other streamers, or it's not as simple as to just be like, oh, okay, well, now I'm a streamer with this amount of following, now I'm gonna get invited to events or whatever, right? It's still a who you know game, and nowadays it's just a little bit more open because there are more open communication channels to facilitating that growth, right? Which didn't happen, as we talked about earlier, in the Pogger space. You know? Like, the Pogger space just didn't cultivate growth like that. It was, you're in this space, you're going to grow in this space alone, until Kai started to grow on his own and build his own space. And like the WL space started to like gain like actual like prominence of like, you know, the 50, 60, 80,000 freaking concurrent viewers. That then cross-pollination started to happen as well. You know?
Not like that before. If you want to collab with a streamer, you have to make sure that that streamer plays your game, or your audience is gonna deviate because you're not playing the game that they're normally used to you playing. That's what Twitch
But
is
that's
like.
also like not necessarily correct. Now, YouTube stream, I forgot. So probably not. Right? Because I think the problem is like he's not necessarily setting up a time frame of what he's speaking about. Right? He says like before COVID, but like there were events that were happening in 2020. You know? In 2019. Like there were things that were going on. There were like IRL events. If you will.
Like before COVID, it was super. I stay over here, I stay over here. There wasn't a lot of mixing.
And that's where most of his viewers came from. What do you mean? How does that disagree with what I've said? What part do you disagree with? I said that when the Pogger space was collabing and growing, they weren't bringing in people like Kai. And so Kai cultivated his own audience outside of that. And then only when Kai reached a level of notoriety did the cross-pollination start to happen in the first place. So I don't know what you're disagreeing with.
Different niches and content groups into a room. Twitch and collabs was not a big thing back then, right? Of course, if y'all play the same game, then of course y'all would play together, right? Going to a whole different.
I tell you, Chad, it's my biggest pet peeve is when people just like repeat what I've said back to me and implying that I disagreed with it.
Game, a whole different niche. It was not like that. At least not what it is today, and that's for sure. And why is that important? Why do I mention the Stream Awards? Stream Awards' first show was in 2021. Stream Awards was the first event that literally forced, or not forced, but you know, made streamers. Of course, because if you got nominated, you wanted to be there because this is the first award ceremony for a super niche profession, which would be streaming. And if you got nominated or if you got invited, of course, that's something you want to go to. And more often than not, streamers are super secluded. So they probably just stay at the crib and stream and go out when they have to. So if you got invited to the Stream Awards, you would have to go, right?
I don't think he's incorrect or wrong. Right, but the way that he's talking about it just doesn't lead to like it being very a confident assessment. He's just saying, yeah, probably if you're a streamer, then like if there's an award show that exists and you know, you're probably gonna go to it because more than likely or not, if you're a streamer, you're most likely staying inside and you're not really gonna go out that much, I think. And so the Streamer Awards was probably good because it allowed for streamers that most likely would never talk to each other, probably coming together in the same, you know, the same space, and they're collabing and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, it's more like a think piece in a research video. I think he's not scripting it and just rambling. Which, like, I agree with his overall point, right? And that, like, the Streamer Awards did a lot to bring streamers together, right? But I feel like it doesn't. The point could have been made better if it was actually like a more scripted video about like, this is what the Streamer Awards stated it wants to do. Here's what Cutie said about the goal of the Streamer Awards. Here's what happened at the Streamer Awards. And here's how it impacted the space in the future, right? Like, you're making a YouTube video on this. Talk with confidence, you know? Speak as though you know exactly what is going on. Speak as though you did the research about the things you're talking about. You know, speak as an authority.
go, you'd enjoy, and will that make you do?
Did it for networking and bring the space together, not for handing out trophies. Well, that's what he's saying. Like, he's saying that that's what she did it for networking, right? To bring the space together. He's not wrong. He's not incorrect.
Almost force you to meet other people, and this is super important because Streamer Awards, I have a whole section of video for Streamer Awards, but I'm gonna give you a quick synopsis. Streamer Awards has caused super niche collabs that, you know, you probably wouldn't have not met that person if you didn't go to Streamer Awards. This is basically like a microcosm of what QD does. QD will make these events, you won't get invited out to them.
He made a claim here that I don't think is incorrect. He didn't back it up. He said Streamer Awards probably caused collabs that never would have happened to happen. Okay. Is he gonna prove that? Is he gonna, you know, say like, oh, here's one instance where that was the case? Right? Here's this streamer who met a bunch of streamers at the Streamer Awards and said that, like, I would never collab with this person if it wasn't for the Streamer Awards. Thank you for Streamer Awards for inviting me or whatever. Like, that's how you, like, you know, construct a, you know, an argument. He's trying to convince us that Cutie Cinderella is as influential as like Kai is, right? Which I'm down to agree with. But I just don't think he's doing the best job to convince us, personally.
And chance you might not know everybody there. You'll meet somebody and then turns out you have similar interests. And then, you know, this person's cooler than I thought, or this person's really nice. And then now you want to collab. And that creates like a domino effect of going to Cutie's events and meeting new people, and now creates collabs for other people. What I'm saying is, after
like, he's correct, but like, give me examples, right? Give me examples of this happening. Of creators that didn't collab before, that met at the Streamer Awards and started collabing afterwards. I know that they exist. You know? I know they exist somewhere out there. How that builds a more cohesive space.
People from all different sections and parts of Twitch started collabing because they met these people in person. They were like, oh, it's not that.
Like I use myself as an example, right? Like, me being in LA for the Streamer Awards caused me to collab with Hassan. We're not like in different spaces of Twitch, but like, that was a thing. I met Nandre at the Streamer Awards. To be fair, I'm not the best example because I haven't done any collabs because I'm bad at reaching out to people, right? Nandre went to one of the what is it called? The auction events. I think I think it was Gala, right? And he was at the Streamer Awards. He was invited to the Streamer Awards, and then Nandre potentially playing Peak with Ray and Hassan and Will. I saw a clip about that. Nandre playing Marvel Rivals with Hassan and Senna, right? Bred out of Nandre being brought into the space at Cutie's events, assumedly. Nandre in the Doug Doug Challenge as well. Or maybe that was the start of it. And then, like, yeah. There are examples of this happening. And I think that this video could benefit from showing some examples. Ari at Home is another good example. 100%. Nandre got the stream with Germa too. True. She'll be showing up the Streamer Awards as a guest. Eventually met other streamers like Prezzo and Cutie. And just finished third at Burial Cart. I didn't know Chippy was at Burial Cart. Yeah, there are numerous instances of this happening. Right? I made connection at the Streamer Awards. And I'm sure other streamers did too. It's like the video is like almost getting to the point where I think showing his work about, like, instead of speaking about like what he like assumes happening, I think it would be good. Just putting streamers in front of an audience for new discoveries can help induce collabs. Yeah, I thought Nandre was already kind of new folks within that space. He had to be brought in like somehow, some way, you know. Like that's kind of the entire point. The entire point is, as a streamer, which is kind of also not my beef necessarily, but my critique of like Ludwig's events when compared to like Cutie and Kai's events is that I think Ludwig's events could do more into bringing in like up and coming streamers and introducing them into that space. Because I think that's what the really good part about those events are, right? And that is bringing in people who don't have like the established connections essentially into these events so that they can start meeting people, connecting, and potentially collabing in the future. So I think it does that very well is like Jason and Arky. Arky used to be Jason's cameraman. Arky streamed his own content, was nominated for Rising Star Streamer Awards. Didn't win, but like it's fine because Arky was still brought to different events. And now he was at Master Baker. Now he's collabing with NMP. Right? Now he's in the established space with like 8,000 viewers. A very similar trajectory that like Cinna experienced. Right? But that didn't necessarily happen because like, you know, Ludwig brought Arky to an event particularly. It happened because Jason made sure that his friend was like connected to the space. You know? And then because of that connection, then like, you know, Cutie took a chance on him, bringing Master Baker. He was very funny, Master Baker. And now he's like streaming with NMP and making content in Austin. I think he's playing with Maya in the Ludwig's Creator basketball thing, right? And all it takes is for somebody in the space to take a chance on you to be like, I want to bring you to this event because I think you'll be good content, or I want to, you know, introduce you to the space. And oftentimes that's not happening nearly enough for some events. You know? Even I can even criticize Cutie to a certain extent when it comes to that. I think Kai just does that just way better. Right? Because for Kai's event, for Streamer University, Kai brought in way more unknown, smaller streamers than I've ever seen in any other event, right, in Twitch history. He had like 100 or 75 different streamers, right? And like 50 of them were like smaller streamers. It's like, that's just something you don't necessarily see. Because usually it's just, and again, it's not really criticism, but more like context. Kai's got way more money in base viewership. I don't think it necessarily matters about base viewership or whatever. Right? When compared to something like, again, we can do like a retrospective if you want. We can go through, I don't think that's a good example because that's the whole point of Streamer University. I think it is a good example because the choice to make an event that put on small streamers is still a choice you can make. I think it does. Kitty with 100 random streamers would not be a good event. You're not listening to what I'm saying, chatter. Right? I'm saying that there was a concerted effort to, again, if you want, we can do a retrospective of all the events, right, that have been done on, what? Marsh is fine. He said this multi times. What are you talking about, chatter? Like, we can do a retrospective of all the events done and about like how many people at the events were like a part of the established space before being invited to the event and not. You know? And oftentimes, again, this is something I talked about earlier. Oftentimes, a lot of people, like Ludwig, don't want the responsibility of like, you know, he's commenting on another chatter's comment. Chatter was saying, he's making me worry about Marsh. Like, what? How? What? I'm so confused. I don't really think a QD or Ludwig event of a QD or Ludwig event about bringing about small streamers, but maybe I'm wrong. There was streamer camp that did exist. I think it was like 2 years ago. Right, but the point is that when it comes to like the cultivation of new talent, right? Not even just like new talent in general. Okay, perfect example. Nick had a tweet about Arky, right? Or like a clip about bringing Arky and Dean into OTK. at this. With OTK, I think we should add Arky, Marcus, and Dean and slowly phase out me and Soda Poppin'. NP, I'm recruiting new hungry streamers into OTK.
You know what though? I think what we should do here with OTK is I think we should add Arky, Brother Dean, and Marcus.
I love Marcus and Dean and Arky.
I think we should add them to the roster and slowly phase out like the old hags like me and Chance, and we'll just be like phase 2.0.
You want new blood to come in?
Yeah, I say we just phase it out, you know, like slowly but surely.
Okay.
You know, honestly, this isn't a bad plan. It's what I've said that like the space should have done pretty consistently. That's never happening. You must not know the reputation that FaZe had before bringing in Jason and Ronaldo and Max. It wasn't good, chat. FaZe 2 years ago, FaZe 2 years ago was really bad. 2-3 years ago was really bad. Right? Before they completely turned around the reputation. Lazy's keeping the old rep for them, true. Like, so this is not a terrible idea from like the OTK perspective to rehabilitate their image, right? I'm not sure who Marcus is, right? But Arky's popping right now. Bringing Arky in, cultivating new talent could serve to wash the reputation of OTK a little bit. Marcus is Agent's friend. So yeah. Like, no org for progressive black and brown creators. Listen, that was never going to happen in the first place. Let's be real. Oh, Marcus is Agent's cameraman. Okay. I know you're talking about now. I keep seeing Agent's cameraman in like Dexerto clips or whatever. Yeah, but isn't this like taking already up and coming growing streamers instead of more newer talent? Yes, that's true. But I'm explaining to you like this is like the culmination and the finality of bringing Arky in as newer talent. Right? This wouldn't have happened if Arky wasn't brought into events in the first place. You know? And my point is that there should be more people brought in the same way that like Arky's brought in to the landscape. And I think oftentimes a lot of people I think everybody is kind of waiting for somebody else to take a chance on somebody to bring them in so that they're not like cool or sick or like, you know, they're clean so that they can then be brought into events and stuff. You know what I mean? And that's kind of how it is. Arky talked about how Cutie got him into to loaded agency. The Mr. Arthur method, yeah. For the OTK's POV, that's exactly what they're looking to do. Keep the org alive by changing a dying reputation. That's true, right? Which is important to acknowledge so that you know what they're trying to do with what they're doing, you know? But the point is that at a certain point, somebody has to like take the chance to see somebody, not when they're at like 5,000 viewers, right? Not when they're at like 1,000 viewers. See somebody when they're at like their 200 viewer mark and be like, that person would be fun content. And bringing that person in. How you find that person, I don't know. I'm not a talent agent. I'm not a talent scout. You know? But that's how you cultivate and grow a growing space. Because somebody at some point has to take the chance. Right? And I will say, the space has gotten a lot better with this. 3-4 years ago, the Pogger space would not do that. It wouldn't. That's how Kyle ended up like growing his own space. Separate from the like Pogger space. Because there was no overlap. There was no, hey, this person is growing and popping. Let's let's go. You know, let's collab with this person. Because I think, as I said earlier before, the streaming space a lot of the time is purely focused on, you know, or used to be focused on, I want to play games with my friends. That's what the streaming space used to be. If you watch streamers in like 2020, 2021, 2022, Poggers is more of a friend group while Kai seems more like a production. You're not wrong about the Poggers being more of a friend group, but Kai is also a friend group. Like, AMP started as a friend group, right? It only got to a production because of the notoriety and success that it had. But there was nothing inherently different about the Poggers space than and Kai and AMP, right? Except for the size in which it grew to. But when the Poggers space was growing, it was a friend group that wouldn't change. To the point where they were almost got to a point of being exclusive, right? They would exclude people who were up and coming in the streaming landscape. Where like Kai's space and AMP and like WL space is just more inclusive, right? They were more willing to bring in new talent. A perfect example is this, right? You'll see, like at Pokey's event yesterday, the Mafia event, you'll see Jason, who's like a part of the WL space, at Pokey's event. But at like the WL space events, you'll see, you know, like streamers that have like 200 viewers. You won't see that at like the Poggers style events. You know? You just won't. And so I think in the Poggers style events, the barrier to entry in the Poggers space is just so much higher, right? You need to be clocking 5,000 viewers. You need to have 1 million followers. You need to be over there doing that stuff to even be included in the Poggers events, where like the barrier of entry is so much lower in the WL space, right? Again, there were streamers with like 30 viewers at Streamer University. Right, they have events put on that have like streamers that have like 500 viewers. You know? And that's where the difference lies. I can only think of one Poggers space. The only one I can think of in the Poggers space was Fast 50 with the small viewer count streamers, but even then, I'll remember the demographics look like. But even then, right? Yeah, the demographics look like that way. And as like Ludwig said when he was advertising the event was focused around like who Ludwig was friends with to begin with, right? Ludwig said he started with who are my friends who are speedrunners that I can confirm early, and he went from there. As opposed to like, let's make a good event with like, you know, good content creators, or maybe even like, you know, up and coming content creators, whatever. He started with who are my friends? Let's get these friends confirmed. Right? He said that in his video. You know?
And a lot of people were also upset that they weren't included in the graph. Many more people, like I'm a fucking ad, just because I asked people who, no, definitely wanted Laura. Laura's a great speedrunner. So, you know, I'm not trying to sit here and token.
You also got to remember that the Poggers crew has a lot more women who have insane haters to a certain extent. The exclusivity is somewhat understandable, only to a certain extent. Not when it pertains to like, okay, I have takes on that. One, I would agree with that if like the people that the Poggers space brings around didn't also, or weren't also a danger to women. Right? Do you think the potential threat to femme streamers and creators influences the exclusivity at those events? Like, again, as I said, and you guys kind of said the same thing. Like, it's not the fact that, you know, the exclusivity saves women in the space. Right? And I want to refrain from you from going into that way, because as we know, the Poggers space is overwhelmingly white, right? That's just the case. And I feel like that can lead into like the whole, you know, black and brown men are, you know, predatory and scary by being like, oh, it makes sense that the Poggers space looks the way it does because it might, you know, it's for safety reasons. If that makes sense. They may be bordering on a little too woke. But it kind of feeds into that notion. I don't think that's a great excuse of for why there is lack of or demographic issues. But I want to show you this, then we can continue. Based on the culture, I think that has to bring women in to hit on them, and not because they're incredible creators. Wait, which space? See, I can't even tell which space you're talking about.
Eyes and be like, yeah, I got this fucking woman and this black dude and also this Asian guy. Like that's cringe. I don't need to tokenize the people who are going to my event. It is not all white dudes, okay? There are a lot of white guys. That is fair. But that's just because I asked people who I knew personally who are like speedrunning creators, and a lot of them happen to be white. And I wasn't going through like I'm a fucking admissions board saying, sorry, man, we hit our white quota. We can't allow you, Point Crow. All right, man, it's just not going to work out for you. I didn't do that.
And that's kind of the issue, right? That kind of, I think I keep playing this clip. This clip has been played like 7 times on my channel at this point. I keep playing this clip because this clip perfectly exemplifies what the issue is, right? Oftentimes, how events used to be run in the Pogger space was, I am a streamer. I want to put on an event. Who are my friends? Right? Who are my friends? I want to put on a creator baseball event. Well, I think this friend of mine is going to be a good creator for the creator baseball event. Or I would love to do a creator baseball event with these friends of mine. Right? And that's how events started or cultivated in the space. There wasn't necessarily a look to like bring in new talent or cultivate new talent in a lot of these events. And when there are events and there is cross-pollination that we see nowadays, it's like, okay, the largest streamers in like the other spaces can come in and be at this event. You know? I think it's possible that he asked black and brown people and they didn't go because of how white it gets. Like, I know people that have issues with me that are black and brown. That have issues with me that black and brown people do get invited, but they won't go. And it makes the space look white. This is actually something that he actually addresses a little bit earlier. But yeah, I think that's a part of it for sure. Like, they don't want to feel as though they're the token person being invited.
But still dope to see. And then Laura, thankfully, can feel last. And then they said in Loading in Battle, thing that I put out for bat for me. Don't if you don't, that's okay. Stop watching me, but never feel the need to defend me. I'm okay. I can defend myself. I'm an adult man in this world, and I don't want anyone getting in battles on my behalf. Anyway, this tweet read, why is there not a single woman in Ludwig's speedrun thing? Ain't no way. And then GTM posted rightfully that well, here is just an example of one woman who is participating in it. And then they said, that's good to hear. I'm happy that she will have that kind of opportunity to represent women in speedrunning. It does feel last minute as a way to cover up the negligence, but still dope to see. And then Laura, thankfully confirmed, no, he actually contacted me way before the initial trailer dropped. I just thought he didn't want me. No.
Right. So there is truth to the idea that, like, even if being invited, they either don't want to be tokenized themselves or they don't feel like they fit in the space. So they are just like, I don't think so. You know? For whatever reason. Most people who get into that Pogger space come from people like Cinna or Emily who are a little more W and welcoming to those streamers. And to get into Poggers, you need a cosign like that. Yeah. Like, not even just a cosign. You just need numbers. Like, for at least, again, because we're kind of like absorbing the Poggers basically the entire thing. Like, so interaction with Tevin let me know how let's move. Wait, what interaction with Tevin? What was the interaction? Yeah, I mean, the first question I'm going to ask is what POCs are going, and if I'm not getting answered, I'm not going. It's just there is a I think I saw this actually.
They have been more prompt about telling me on the day that they can't do it or that they don't want to do it than Ludwig. I physically cannot believe, and like I said, yeah, to this morning I woke up and I was like, you know what, it's not worth the trouble. It's not worth the trouble of sitting. It's not worth the trouble of getting angry and blowing up and doing all this and that. And then today,
I don't know.
I see this motherfucker streaming right now. He is streaming right now. Which means he's on Discord with Connor right now. Which means that he can see my message. He can see me begging and fucking pleading for an answer to something that he committed to on August 30th and didn't have the fucking gall, the audacity, anything to just tell me no.
What's the full context? Like, what was the event? Like, so Ludwig, from what I understand, committed to doing an event, and then he just did not respond to attempts to, like, they're supposed to do a stream together. I can't remember. I watched Tevin since the Persona videos. I remember him used to make jokes about Lud stealing his content ideas. Ludwig does steal content from Shaw and Triff. Tevin asked Lud if he was interested in a collab. Lud said yes, and then this clip happened. Yeah, I think it's I can't remember, but they were supposed to collab or something, and Lud kept flanking. That's the vibe I get from this clip for sure. But Tevin I've been trying to do a specific collab with Ludwig for a while. One specific time, he met Ludwig at some event. He tried to do another collab with Ludwig. Ludwig was kind of dodgy about it, but a fan who was doing security recognized Tevin, asked for the picture, dapped him up, and it made Ludwig change his stance to commit to something that he didn't do, leading to said clip. Oh, that's crazy. Tevin met Ludwig at an event. Tevin asked for collab. Ludwig said definitely, for sure, and then just DM me, and then Ludwig never responded to the DMs. Do you mind explaining what the Poggers versus WL communities are? I'm old. Basically, Poggers and WL describe terms that are spammed when something interesting happens, right? For Twitch, when it came to like 2015 to like 2020, when something interesting happened, everybody would spam Pog or Poggers or whatever. It was like a little like Pepe the Frog meme, being very happy and excited. 2021, 2022 onwards, right, as newer streamers started to gain prominence, they stopped spamming Poggers as much and started spamming W for win and L for loss. When something interesting or good happened, or when something bad was happening.
Tier 1 sub to Minowa's Abbey.
Right?
They have given
So it just describes
154
different
gift subs in the
stages of
channel.
Twitch and the top streamers at Twitch, and now different communities, as we're in like a little overlap section. Now we have the old guard of Twitch, whose communities would spam Poggers, right? And you have the younger guard of Twitch, the newer guard of Twitch, whose communities would spam WL. And that's what we're describing here. I thought those who were spamming WL weren't familiar with emotes like Poggers because they were new to the platform. It's the same, you're describing the same thing I just described, essentially. What's Poggers even supposed to mean? Doesn't even matter. Doesn't matter. That's the point, though. Is a new old guard of Twitch versus new guard of Twitch. Right? There's a number of reasons why they use WL. Doesn't matter. It describes old guard of Twitch versus new guard of Twitch. But yeah. This clip is honestly not at all surprising to me, just because of the way Ludwig crafts his events. You know? Just because of the way that Ludwig crafts his events. His events are crafted in a way that's like, instead of, I want to make an event that's productive for the streaming landscape, it's, I want to make an event that is fun for me and my friends that maybe the audience will also enjoy watching. Right? And that's not necessarily a bad thing inherently. Right? Like, I'm not criticizing it for that being the case. But it's just, that's where that's how his events differ from the way that like Cutie and Kai put events on as a whole. And why his events seem to have a lot less cross-pollination when it comes to the people that are invited. You know? I know a lot about Twitch, but I remember chess boxing. Was that well received? Yeah, it was well received. Which is crazy to me that because he wins the event category at the Streaming Awards. I mean, it's still an event. Those events do be very corporate. I mean, because they're done like traditional events, right? They get sponsors to slap their name on the logo or whatever, and he brings people that he has have a proven track record of being brand safe and producing good content, and he just kind of pumps those events out. And so I think that's part of the reason, if I want to do a little bit of speculation, I think that's part of the reason why I don't want to say Off-Brand failed, but like why it feels like his events have like stagnated and he had to pull back the scope of his events, is because it feels for the audience very samey, right? Like, you know what you're gonna get when you get a Ludwig event. You're gonna see streamers from the Pogger space, the old guard of Twitch, maybe a few faces here or there that are not a part of that, right? Doing like in a different situation. And so he's not rotating out like a new audience in that way. It's been cool seeing Jason's fans chatting like they do in Jason's chat, but in Hassan's chat, we're talking about politics. It's a fun contrast, seeing that way more in that orbit. I don't watch any of his events anymore unless Hassan is involved, to be honest. Hassan's never going to be involved. He's doing too much stuff. Look at how women who weren't white were treated at Ludwig's last event after a history of women speaking into the mic about how bad the space is for women. The moment he had opportunity to help make things better, he fell back into a status quo. Women who weren't white, like at the video cart event, or was there a different event? Yeah. I don't think it's like a non-white woman thing. It was just all women thing at the event. It's not that hard to vet someone for that's isn't a bigot. It's less about not being a bigot and more about not being a danger. You know? You see the Cutie cooking collab with Sketch and Jason, by the way, it was hilarious. No, I did not. I was a bit weird during the dodgeball event when the Twitch CEO was commentating. That's another thing. That's another thing. Which makes you think why Dan Clancy stopped being involved in events. Gosh darn it. Anyway, that's a lot about the events and about the streaming ecosystem in the landscape. Yeah.
bad and not want to collab. Versus before Stream Awards, pre-COVID, Twitch was super secluded and everybody was in their own particular box. Everybody was in their own particular category and they were all playing their own particular games, right? Because of Cutie. If Cutie didn't make Stream Awards, it's hard, man, it might still be the same way. You know, I feel like there's a lot of effects that Streamer Awards has done that, you know, can't be unnoticed. But yeah, that's the first one. Cutie really does this event stuff. She's the queen of it. And I'm just detailing some of her own events that do really well. The most recent one that just came out, or just finished, I'm sorry, was Master Baker. I think this should be in the nominees for best event of the year for when Stream Awards come up, but I know that Cutie doesn't put her own stuff in there, but I'm just saying, this event was amazing. I think this event was great. And why is this so good? It's because Cutie is a really amazing baker. And she does a great job of picking people that she knows will work together and have a pretty good rapport. And there's not a lot of awkward, you know, interactions at a Cutie event because everybody she selects to be in the events are so curated. More on that in a moment. Murder mystery is just a murder mystery.
I'm curious about his thoughts on that specifically.
This is clues, people dress up. This is a good event as well. The Table is a group of female streamers that come around and they eat their favorite foods. And it's just a way to, I feel like, embrace women in the space, and they have their own event. I think that's cool, and that's a great event as well. She hosts that as well. Late Night with Cutie, you might not know this one's pretty niche, but Late Night with Cutie, she'll have someone on and basically just ask some questions. A lot of Cutie's content is collaborative based, and I don't think this is a bad thing at all. I think this is a great skill to have. This is some of her events. She's really good at her events. You know what I mean? They're pretty animal. So, you know, man, and everybody goes to a Cutie event. I bet people rarely say no because they don't want to go. It has to be some external reason. But yeah, she really does this event stuff. All right, I'm super excited about this part. What she has done, Cutie has created a new role in the Twitch space, right? I'm gonna call it the director/producer role. Obviously, we talked about all the events that Cutie puts together, and she produces and directs all of them. This is a role that a lot of people can play, and I feel like it kind of goes under the radar, right? Event planning is huge in Twitch, right? Some of the most successful Twitch streams were events, right? Streamer University, Streamer Games that Ludwig has, Streamer Awards are some of the, you can pencil them in for the biggest events of Twitch, and these are all events. And what also makes Cutie unique is that knows her strengths, right? She's not the type to bounce off the walls or, you know, do the crazy stuff, right? She's very funny and she's entertaining, but her humor is more like deadpan, you know what I'm saying, dry humor. And she knows that, but she has an eye for talent of knowing who would work together, and she knows who would create great clips. So what does she do? Puts events together. This is such a great thing because I feel like Twitch is going in an angle of, you know, events, right? Getting streamers together and doing stuff together, right? i.e. Streamer U, right? And I feel like we need more people that don't just go to events, but make events, because there's a whole...
I agree with this. He's correct. I feel like some of the things he's saying is kind of cyclical. And he's kind of like repeating himself because he's kind of going off the cuff. But he's not wrong, right? Like, no matter what criticism I have of like Ludwig's events or Cutie's events or even Kai's events, the fact is that there's not many people doing it. Right, a lot of streamers, right? Even a lot of people. I'm gonna call Streamer Games successful in my opinion. No, Streamer Games was successful. I don't see why it wouldn't be. Like, it created a product. People bought tickets for it. People enjoyed it. Like, the platform should be doing this. They have Twitch Rivals, but again, Twitch Rivals is the problem with it is that, like, one, Twitch Rivals is too inconsistent. Like, if you look right now, there's no Twitch Rivals scheduled. There's nothing. You tell me there's zero Twitch Rivals scheduled at all? And even for Twitch Rivals, like, a lot of times what they do is they contract the streamer or whatever. They like, okay, you're going to be the streamer. It's going to be your Streamer Rivals or Twitch Rivals event, right? Like here with Abe's Repo speedrunning Twitch Rivals, right? It was Abe's event, and a lot of the people who were, you know, here are people who, like, Abe knows. To be fair, I don't know how you pick the people for these events and stuff, because, like, I've not been invited to a single Twitch Rivals. And I've expressed interest. So I also don't know what that's about, but it's too inconsistent. Sometimes they'll be like, okay, one a month. Sometimes they'll be like 5 or 6 a month, right? And sometimes they'll be like nothing. Right? Like here there were 4 or 5 this month. In April there were like 4. Things of that nature. Biggest challenge is funding, getting sponsors. MCC Twitch Rivals is fun, but that's because Nox Crew takes care of most of the back end. They save money and possibly liability and bad PR by having a streamer do it. They don't one of the phone pit situation or a streamer getting stalked at an event. Yeah, I mean like a progressive next event had to be created by streamers and sponsored by an outside company. Yeah. And this is kind of the problem with just like the streaming landscape as a whole. It's like there's no way that like I would be able to put on an event. I just don't have the money, right? I'm not getting a sponsor because I don't have the track record of being able to get money. Here to clear up confusion because chat, y'all don't know my history. Nandre, what's up? Let them know who you are. Somebody did a murder mystery recently and I missed it. It might have been Cutie. Cutie did a murder mystery, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if somebody else did or not. Difference with the platforms organizing these kind of things is that they immediately be more corporate and less leader. What does leader mean? Because of the corporate producing it? I met all these creators years ago when I did Point Crow's events called Point Crow Party Streamer, which had nothing to do with it. That was late in the game for me. Oh, I didn't know that either. Point Crow Party was amazing. I don't remember seeing Point Crow Party. Jeez Louise. Fight. How did you get to Point Crow Party, Andre? Right. I still think it kind of serves you over our purpose and point is that like you have to kind of get your foot in the door. I came out here to help Point Crow with this subathon. And that's kind of like the hardest part of the streaming ecosystem and landscape is that a lot of times nobody will like take a chance on you. You have to offer to help. I don't know if that's necessarily true. Like you don't have to be like, you know, Ice Poseidon cameraman style to like get into the room. That does help you though, right? For sure. Right? But that's not necessarily like a necessity. Chippy was also wasn't a guest chatter. He was nominated for an award.
After hundreds of hours sunk into your favorite game, everyone always has that one nagging thought. What if I could play my favorite game with my friends in real life? Well, I did just that.
Wait, I don't
Welcome
remember this,
to
actually. He was in Poke's DMs, sent his DMs, etc. Offering to help with shit. Yeah, I'm telling you, that's not gonna get you. First of all, that's not a thing you should be like. I'm not gonna promote doing because like you're not gonna be like DMing streamers being like, let me help you, and getting into the room, right? By and large, you feel me? But the point is that you have to have you have to be vouched for essentially by somebody to kind of get into these spaces because of the as Chatter was saying, a little like safety issues, but also streamers are overall like lazy, and they are more likely going to fall back on people that they already know as opposed to like be like, oh, I'm gonna go try to cultivate new talent outside of like, you know, wherever.
You can see the disguise not coming through, and also we've got Ray with.
Sorry. Like with like, unless you're like a part of an organization that has money to like bring in new talent. Yeah, as Najee was saying, with I think the point is genuine friendships get you genuine opportunities. Yeah. That's why it's so damn when people behind the scenes thing happened with me around a Power Software and other things where my voucher got cooked by people misrepresenting me. But I know people aren't going to be like that. Be like, what? Oh, safety from the perspective of someone who's been stalked. They have to consider every move and stuff. But I know most people aren't going to be like that. And this is something that that Cutie talked about on the Wine About episode with Fan. You know? I can't spell. I brought it up before.
Or not. Cool. Yeah.
Here.
Just like, there's this weird. It's not weird. I think, well, it's a mix of weird and a mix of like it has to exist, a necessary, weird and necessary level of like gatekeeping in the industry. Because I can't tell you how many times that I've become friends with people and they've just burned me, right? Like, yeah, like awful shit, or you find out they're actually an awful person, because on the internet you can only learn so much about someone. It's not like you went to freaking college together and you saw them every Saturday and you know that they didn't murder anyone, right? Like sometimes you get surprised by this stuff, and so sometimes it's like seeing someone else take that gamble and then knowing like, oh, that person's chill.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Like I think that's kind of like something that I think I try to help with, where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try to include more people that maybe we don't interact with, like we as in like, you know, the friggin' poggers community or whatever the fuck you want to call us.
Yeah.
And be like, I think this person's funny from everything I've seen, let me include them. And then based on that, it feels as though other people will start like, oh, they're safe.
Like they're not a
This
weird.
is true. This is true specifically for like the pogger space, as I was saying earlier, right? In that, in like the pogger space, the only person really doing that to that extent is kind of Cutie, right? Because people like look at Cutie as the person to be like the gatekeeper of who is allowed to interact with like this space. And that bar is a little bit lower, I think, from like the WL space. Like you'll see people with just like smaller audiences being included in more things in like from like the FaZe Clan perspective, or like DreamCon, or like in like Streaming University and from AMP and things of that nature, is that avenue of like bringing in new people is just more likely, or more, it happens more often in that space than it does in like the pogger space. I think because the pogger space is just older, right? They come from a time where it was just a friend group, right? It was just a friend group that would play games with the other friend group. They would do events with the friend group, and that's just kind of how it grew. And there was no outside participation from other people, right? And so now when you see events happening from like the Pogger's perspective, from Cutie, from Ludwig, you will see it is more open for cross-pollination, right? But it's still like not as crazy open as the WL space is. Which isn't crazy, always. The Poggers community relies on Cutie to include and vet new people into their spaces. Yeah, and I think that's kind of like the issue, if you will. You know? How outspoken you are also impacts if you're included or not, for sure. Ahead of the curve. True. Yoki Cinderella should host a Twitch prom night, and streamers should post prom pose on social media. Everyone should take dress up and take fun photos. Could have a DJ. Twitch or Twitter could like vote on a theme. I don't know. It sounds kind of fun and silly. I think a vote on prom king and queen. It's almost like something like this happened very recently. Should have done it, man. But the WO community did it first. Yeah. And to be fair, this is kind of what the video was talking about. Like, Cutie just can't do everything. Did Misk reacted to you yesterday? No. What point did he? Oh, was it the silky stuff? Did Misk react to the to me talking about the silky stuff? Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. Jeez Louise. What are you saying? She shouldn't have to. Yeah, that's kind of my point. Is that she shouldn't have to. I see people see the criticism that she gets, and it's not worth it to put themselves in that position. Also called money. I'm sorry, it costs money. Right? It puts you in a position of like having to, one, be the gatekeeper and the vetter. Two, it costs money and a lot of your mental to do it. And most streamers, as Nanja was saying earlier, are just lazy. They want to go live to play games with their friends, essentially. That's kind of what it is. Right? That's what they want to do. And that's not a bad thing. That's fair. But like, to step into that role and to take on that responsibility is just something that a lot of people just don't want to take on. I try and let her know often, even when it's shit that I'm not at, that I appreciate her efforts. That's nice. Cutie does it for love of the game, not money. No, I'm saying that it costs money to run. You know what I mean? And even though Cutie does that, a lot of streamers aren't willing to take on that effort, you know? And doing all that while still being a person processing your own life and trauma is wild. I have so much respect for her, and I wish there was a support there if she wants/needs that. A lot of streamers only do big events if it's covered by a sponsor and they make money on top of that. I think I heard Cutie say that the events don't really pay for themselves. Yeah, we can get to this in a second. But that's kind of the point, you know?
There's not a whole, you know what I'm saying? I don't think there's a need for it, but it would help the environment, right? Because a lot of these new creators just go to events and, you know, have fun. But if you're the person that we could depend on for a good event and makes good content off that event, that's a huge upside. There's not a lot of directors in Twitch, a lot of producers, not the people that make their own events, right? To be a director/producer, you don't have to be like the life of the party. Literally shove the spotlight to everybody you invited. That's part of the events, right? She used her strength. She knows that, you know, I might not be the most craziest, energetic streamer, clip farming streamer, but she knows how to make a great event for these content creators, and she does a great job with that. I feel like this is a role that a lot of new streamers can literally look into and see if you want to do that. Like if you're watching Twitch,
I disagree with that. New streamers can't do that, you know, unless you come from money. Unless your dad is freaking Bill Gates. You can't. This is something that older streamers have to fall into. The people who are of established platforms have to fall into, right? You can't, with 3 average viewers, be like, I'm going to like make an event that does what he's describing that Cutie's events does, which is bringing people together. You know? Because it takes time, it takes effort, it takes money, it takes eyeballs, right? You have to be able to prove to sponsors you can make money. I just can't, it's literally irresponsible too. Yeah. Because you can't protect the people that you are going to be at the event.
right? And you watch other creators and you're like, oh, I feel like these would go good together. Or if you have a concept for an idea and you know that some streamers would be great in it, try and make that event happen, right? And I know what you're thinking.
With what money? Like I hear him. I hear him, and I think to a certain extent, I agree. Right? If you have the connections to do so, and you have the money, and you have the eyeballs, then you wouldn't be a small streamer. But sure. I don't know. Maybe I don't fully understand his point here.
Right? You're like, Streamer University costs a hell of a lot of money. Castanet said his bank statements are crazy. Streamer Awards is expensive. You know, Streamer Games is expensive.
True.
There's no way in hell. I'm a small streamer. There's no way in hell that I can put events like that together.
True.
Luckily, you don't have to. Do y'all know a small event that was extremely successful that cost zero money? Song Wars.
How this gonna work? We got 8 artists. Here's our whole bracket. I'm gonna show y'all real quick. We got Jace versus Xavier, Benji Blue Bills versus Bass Swag.
He's not incorrect particularly, but like, again, the problem that he's not getting over is that you still need the connections. You feel me? Like, however, I will say it's easy to do events with zero overhead if you get creative. I agree. Right? What he's talking about is different than like what Cutie does. Right? Like, when he's talking about bringing the streaming space together, and that's why Cutie is great, which I agree. You can't just turn around and be like, now everybody should be able to do that. And it costs no money if you just get on a Discord call with people that you don't have access to and get them to do something. Right? I think he's right, but his focus should not be on small streamers. It should be on other large content creators. It should be, Cutie is setting the bar so high for what streamers who actually do have the money and do have the connections should be doing. Right? And if that was his take, I would be completely behind it. Right? Because that's my take too. You know? But if you're talking about like what Cutie does, which is bringing the streaming space together and connecting different communities, you just can't do that necessarily without having an established foothold in the space. I think basically people out of this space underrate networking, and people in it overrate budget. Yeah, 100%. I agree. I will say, I had an idea for an event. I just don't remember what it was, chat. Chat, you remember that event that I said that I would do if I got loaded and rich? I don't remember what it was. So I guess it wasn't that great of an idea. So yeah, I will say, I said this yesterday, and Andre, I don't think you were here. I will say, this is my main beef with Hassan. There was a time, I don't know if you remember this, Andre, where y'all were playing Marvel Rivals. Hassan was finally gaming one time, and there was a 5-stack, right? There was 5 people in the game, right? There was 1 slot open. I was in the chat. I was like, bro, let me hop in. Ignored me. Probably because I'm black. I'll say the bathroom. Right back, chat. Let's just sit on that.
Versus Vine, Lil Tony versus OGZ first round. We about to get this started. I'm gonna drag them, man. Yeah, it's a good bracket. First matchup, we doing Babytron versus Vine. I'm gonna go clockwise, and then we just gonna keep going through the rounds. It's 3 rounds. They all made 3 songs. They gonna choose from their song to play. How y'all gonna rank it? How y'all gonna rate it? After both songs play, you just go to keep it simple and not have to add. Y'all just gonna say which song y'all like better. Feel what I'm saying?
This event costs 0 money. All Max does have to just contact some creators, say if they down, yes or no, and then they just get in a Discord call and they just play the music. That costs 0 money, but this is a great event. So it's not really resource dependent. You don't have to rent out a venue and hire a bunch of people to get an event working. Song Wars costs 0 money, and this event is extremely successful for Max. And this format can be used for a lot of stuff, like you can get judged together and judge art, y'all can judge music. This format is a great format that could be replicated that for not just music. But yeah, so as far as how she changed the landscape of Twitch, Twitch was super secluded before, and after Streamer Awards, people started meeting other streamers. Collabs became less intimidating. Space is way more mixed in. These are some of the events. These are events that Cutie does that do well. They're great events, and she's the queen of it. That's what I said. The role of director/producer. Now listen, let me reiterate this. A lot of movies, right? There's a lot of great actors, amazing actors, but some actors cannot write a movie for their life, right? But they're great actors, and a lot of directors are great directors, but can't act. Quentin Tarantino, I don't know how he'd be as an actor, but I don't think he'd be as good as he is a director. So, and we need both of them, right? And we got a influx of actors, but not an influx of directors. Streamer Prom went well. Streamer U went well. We're going towards an event-based economy in Twitch. And this role is at an all-time high. Directors and producers. So yeah, and Song Wars. This is just an example I'm using that this event costs no money. It's extremely successful. Everybody involved gets content off of it. So money is not an excuse. Just be creative, be conceptual. And if you have an eye for talent and you know that these people will mix with these people well and it will create great content, then don't be afraid to reach out because it's great for the space. Now, I want to talk about the impact of Streamer Awards individually.
Okay, I'm back. What I missed, chat? Tarantino giving himself roles so he can suck toes and say the N-word. Ayo? When is the learn to kickflip stream? Well, I would need to 1, buy a skateboard, and 2, take that skateboard somewhere where I can do a stream. What are y'all talking about? How did Tarantino get involved? I think this is good. This is a hard ask for small streamers. I think there's lessons to be learned from bigger scale events for the small streamers. The virtual events like this is collabing more with other small streamers is a step in good direction, though. Sure. I'm just trying to figure out how did Tarantino get involved? Roll the video back a minute. Okay. Here. It was after the Song Wars. Okay, here.
If they down, yes or no, and then they just get in a Discord call and they just play the music. That costs zero money, but this is a great event. So it's not really resource dependent. You don't have to rent out a venue and hire a bunch of people to get an event working. Song Wars costs zero money, and this event is extremely successful for Max. And this format can be used for a lot of stuff, like you can get judged together and judge art, y'all can judge music. This format is a great format that could be replicated for not just music. But yeah, so
I don't think it's incorrect. I don't think he's wrong. I just think it's a slightly different thing than what he's talking about with Cutie. You know what I mean? I think how Cutie changes the landscape of Twitch specifically, to answer the question of the title, is that it's the, cross-pollination aspect of it, of large streamer communities.
As far as how she changed the landscape of Twitch was super secluded before, and after Streamer Awards, people started meeting other streamers. Collabs became less intimidating. Space is way more mixed in. These are some of the events. These are events that Cutie does that do well. They're great events, and she's the queen of it. That's what I said. The role of director/producer. Now listen, let me reiterate this. A lot of movies, right? There's a lot of great actors, amazing actors, but some actors cannot write a movie for their life, right? But they're great actors, and a lot of directors are great directors, but can't act. Quentin Tarantino, I don't know how he'd be as an actor, but I don't think he'd be as good as he is a director. So, and we need both of them, right? And we got a influx of actors, but not an influx of directors. Streamer prom went
Also,
well.
I love the that comparison. It's kind of funny because the implication is like Cutie can't stream well. You know what I mean? He's doing the those who can't do teach thing. Right? And it's just like, I don't know if that's like the compliment you think it is, but okay.
Well, streamer, you went well. We're going towards an event-based economy in Twitch. And this role is at an all-time high. Directors and producers. So yeah, and Song Wars. This is just an example I'm using that this event costs no money.
Survivor is crazy.
It's an extremely successful. Everybody involved gets content off of it. So money is not an excuse. Just be creative, be conceptual. And if you have an eye for talent and you know that these people will mix with these people well and it will create great content, then don't be afraid to reach out because it's great for the space. Now I want to talk
Yeah,
about.
bro, I have an eye for content. Let me just call up freaking Kai Cenat. Yeah, I think it'll be great in my event that I have going on here. Why don't you? I don't think Kai Cenat will answer me. I'm gonna be real. Yeah. DM him right now? I don't think I will. What about Maya? What about Maya? Always collab one day, inshallah. One day, it'll happen.
About the impact of Streamer Awards individually. This award ceremony does so much for Twitch. The impact of Streamer Awards. Having awards in any industry changes the industry, makes hard work tangible. What do I mean by that? If you were to walk in somebody's room and you were to look at the corner of their door and they have a bunch, like let's say they have 15, 25, 30 different gold medals hanging from their door, the first thing you'll say is, oh, this person has to be fast.
Villains. Why doesn't Will host Streamer Survivor? Huh? Hear me out. Boom. Cook.
But then the next thought is this person had to have worked hard. Anytime in an industry where you can put awards and incentive into the industry, it 10x's the product, right? Let's say that streamers know that they had a great statistical year and they check their Twitch dashboards and every number is at an all-time high and look at the revenue and this is the most money they've ever made in a year. But having a trophy, having a physical representation of how hard you worked this year changes everything, right? You can always go back in that dashboard and look, oh, this is the most money ever made. But when you have something you can hold and feel in your hand, something that's tangible, it changes.
I don't disagree, but I think you might be overestimating the physical award aspect of it. You know?
Everything, you know what I mean?
It's cool. But like FaZe Clan was pissing on their awards, you know? So I don't know if it's that transformative in that way. Right. I think the connection aspect is a lot more meaningful, you know. Like I didn't win. I was glad to have gone to the Streamer Awards. I made connections that I would have not made otherwise at the Streamer Awards. You know? Other reference last joke. I'm not saying it was serious, chatter. Right? Don't mistake me. Like I'm just saying that like I think focusing on like the physical award aspect, like people give away their people awards, you know? People auction it off at you know, streamer auctions and stuff. Have you grown those connections? Okay, I don't need you interrogating my life, chatters, okay? That's like asking, did you work out today? Listen, I don't need this from you. I don't need this from you. Listen, okay? Hop off.
Holding $500 cash and seeing $500 in your bank account feels like two different things. Same amount of money, but it's two different things.
Listen, have you considered, chat, that if I DM somebody to try to cultivate that relationship, they call me stupid, block me, and then post me to their 1 million followers and everybody's laughing at me. You know? Then it's not so funny, is it? Exactly.
And why is that important? Whenever you start adding incentives into an industry, it breeds better product and it breeds a healthy competition.
Exactly.
So it makes hard work tangible. That's the first reason. I don't think Twitch is an industry where everybody's just feeding for awards and trying to win everything, but it does give you a healthy incentive, right? Let's say you stream the whole year, you did a great job, and you get nominated for an award. Other people can also win. So it kind of gives you a gauge, it kind of gives you a purpose, like what I'm doing is getting recognized, versus if you're just streaming, right? Everybody's still streaming.
What happens to the music?
Fun, it's still for fun, it's nothing serious, but it does give you a little more purpose and it does give you a little more fulfillment. Like
I actually really do just want to say how like thankful I am for all of you guys, cause bro, like, listen, anybody in the world, okay, like I've seen some shit on Twitter recently where like could not believe the amount of support that's going on. I saw a lot of people on Twitter, okay, that are like saying that like the award shows or nothing, they mean nothing or whatever, stuff like that. Like, yo, I think the awards are a really cool thing. I think they're a really cool thing because I think they honor streamers in a way that's like streamers don't really have that opportunity, and it can still be fun and you can still want an award. I think it can be both. And so I, you know, in doing that, I obviously probably care a lot more about the award.
I think I think it's a little bit of a little bit copium, right? People like small streamers have to pretend the award is meaningless, and therefore they're not, you know, worth less by not getting an award. And I think it comes from insecurity, because like they have to be like, okay, this is nothing, you know, it's just an award. Who cares about it? And they don't realize that is still diminishing the work of people who did get nominated or won the award for no reason. Like you don't have to base your entire self-worth off of an award, right? It can be just an award, but it also can be meaningful to the people who received it, you know? It doesn't have to be one thing or the other. You know? And it's kind of cringe to look at it and be like, oh, this award doesn't mean anything because it's just an award show put on by streamers, and who is Cutie Cinderella anyway, right? And I think if you have that mindset, you're never gonna grow to the point of getting the award in the first place. You know what I mean? Like I think a lot of people are held back by their mindset. A lot of people's the way that they view streaming as like a zero-sum game where if they're not winning all the time, then it's not worth it. That holds them back, especially when they do that publicly. Because people see that and they're like, I don't like your attitude here, there, side. How many streamers slash communities didn't vote but got angry that they didn't win or get invited? A lot. There are also a lot of communities who did try to vote, right, and try to campaign for themselves and didn't win or didn't get invited, and they were frustrated by it. I get it. I understand the frustration of not being recognized when you think that you should be recognized or when you want to be recognized, right? But when you have that idea in your head, you know, it's reflected by the way people treat you further. A good example is for streamer camp, you know? Streamer camp. I keep forgetting Sandwich was in this. Wait, not this one. It was the other one actually. It was 32. I don't know where it is actually. I made a tweet about streamer camp. wasn't this one. It was the one that I had to reply into this. But like not getting accepted into the streamer camp 32 applications or whatever, right? And then being like, you know, wasn't accepted, but all good. All, you know, it is what it is. Congrats to the people who moved on. And lo and behold, you know, 6 months later, right? I'm nominated for and invited to the Streamer Awards. Right? So don't hinge your entire, you know, self-worth off of one opportunity. Because it'll be one of many.
And you know, it meant a lot to me to be able to win it. So I do just want to say like a genuine thank you. Cause I mean it. A year ago, if you would have asked me if I'd be here where I'm at, I would tell you no. And 2 years ago, if you had asked me if I'd be here where I'm at, I would have told you hell no. And 3 years ago, I had no idea what the fuck I was even doing. You know what I mean? And so I am incredibly thankful for literally everything that you guys do.
And I'm not saying that award gave her more purpose, but it definitely pointed her in the direction that I think she could be proud of, right? So it's like, oh, I can hold this trophy. I can see how hard I'm working based on this award. And it also gives people a little more purpose and gives people a little more fuel that they're going in the right direction in life, because you're getting awarded from your peers and you're getting award that other people are also worthy of. But because you really put your head down and you probably have some sleepless nights, and you know, being a streamer is.
And I think it's important, because I want to circle back around to this. It's important to know that you wouldn't have Cinna without somebody taking a chance on her. You know, like somebody at some point has to take a chance on Cinna to bring Cinna into the space in the first place. And the space just needs more people who are willing to take that chance on that small streamer. Right? Again, I don't know how you fix the discoverability issue. I don't. There are some insanely talented and unique people on the like in the space that just have no discoverability. Like nobody knows who they are. I don't know how you get over that. Right? That maybe that's a Twitch thing. Twitch needs to help fix that. But past that, once somebody gets a little bit of notoriety, right, a little bit of an audience size, somebody needs to be there to pick them up and take them the rest of the way, right? At least taking a chance on them, right? Maybe they won't mesh, right? Maybe you will invite them to the event and the event will not go well and they have bad vibes or whatever, and that's just life, you know. That is what it is. Right, but you won't get like streamers like Cinna without somebody being like, all right, let's take a chance on this person. Right, you won't get streamers like Arky without somebody being like, okay, let's take a chance on this person. First time I've seen Cinna at most newer streamers like Jason is on QD's stream. Yeah, like for the most part. Right, and then that's kind of my overall like critique, if you will, have of like the Pogger space, right? And that, again, I'm not a person who has to make this decision, so I don't know how best you do it, but it does, from my vantage point, it does feel like the WL space is a little bit more open to like newer, smaller streamers, right? Than the Pogger space is. At first, I Arky and Master Baker, and he collabed with Alveus, and then Maya and Yugi. It was so fun. Yeah, and you only get there by, again, someone taking a chance on Arky to begin with. I don't know what that hump is about, like, or what that line is, but expanding that role so that more streamers take a chance on the up and coming talent is good. Because oftentimes, like, what you see is like, yeah, like you see a streamer who finally gets a cosign, if you will, and then gets invited to like a number of different events. And the problem is, if the space doesn't change, then at that point, right? It gets comfortable. Like the space is comfortable, and now like Arky becomes like a default pick for events, if you will, as opposed to like, you know what I mean? Like every time there's a new event happening, like it kind of feels like streamers are kind of clout chasing other streamers a little bit, to a certain extent. Like with Cinna getting notoriety, because Cinna's like blowing up and getting numbers. People are like, okay, I want to be around that growth, if you will. Right. Not seeing that as like a bad thing or a diss, but it's more like it's like a justification to be like, okay, you can hold your old audience, you can hang with us now, kind of thing. I don't know. I think the space is way better than it used to be. It used to be literally you have to prove to us that you deserve to be around us a little bit, but now the space is a lot more open and accessible. There's a lot more cross pollination. I think we're getting to a better position. You know, streamer camp, streamer you, etc. are kind of things that really elevate the space, but they're rare. There's also a problem with that as well, right? There's a problem with that as well because small streamer events like that also make people mad. There's no way to do this that's not making people mad, right? Small streamer events like that also make people mad because people are like, oh, this is a small streamer event, but you have a streamer with 1,000 followers there. Therefore, it's not a small streamer event. Oh, it's a small streamer event, there you have somebody with 500 followers there. There's never a point where it's like it's enough for people. And so there is a line you have to draw to be like, you're going to make people mad and you just got to stick by your guns, which is why I think another reason why a lot of people just don't do events, right? Whoever gets rejected is going to be angry. Yeah. And to be fair, I think that some of that anger is justified and valid because there are so few events. You know? There are so few events in the first place. And so because there are so few events, people are angry that the one event that does exist, they weren't invited to, which caused for streamers not to want to do more events, which caused for there to be less events in the first place, which means that people are angry when an event does happen. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's cyclical. You know? Also, those are still expenses. Every TwitchCon, even TwitchCon, not everyone can travel or afford to participate. Or there's too many black people. True. I wonder if it would be better for Twitch to run events. Not that they would. No, it'd be the same thing. It'd be the same issue. And people get frustrated with the overall lives and oppression. Those will carry over to the streaming space. We're all human and we're all struggling. Yeah, like, and especially when people like see events and they don't see themselves represented in those events. There's a very deep conversation. And there's like a lot of factors that play into this. You know, there's no true winning here.
You're streaming 5 times a week. It kind of gives you some fulfillment knowing that what you have done means something to people. This year, there was
if any smaller streamers. They invite some smaller streamers. I just genuinely don't know how to get invited. You know? Like you can go to like the old Twitch rivals. We'll go to like, I don't know, we'll just take Joe Bartolozzi's GeoGuessr Showdown or whatever. Never mind, I guess you can't see the, oh wait, brackets. Hey, Vio's here. I didn't know Vio was in this this event. It's through guilds, right? No, it's not through guilds. I think it's personal invites. Najee can speak to this because Najee was just in a Twitch Rivals event. But I think it's like, it's who you know. Like sometimes there will be like a team format where like Abe's repo speedrunning thing, right? They'll have like different teams where like each team will have like a leader, like let's say Ray's the leader, and then the team leader will pick the teams, which will oftentimes lead to instances where the teams look very samey to some extent. Right? But I don't know. Like, this person has like 30,000 followers. Like, that's not like crazy large. right? So there are small streamers who are here. To be like small, like 30,000, not crazy small streamer, like 5K followers, you know. Like, but I get there's just no rhyme. It doesn't happen nearly enough to justify or to fix the issue, and two, I don't know how they pick who is involved in this. So like in this instance, like you have like a bunch of people with insane numbers, and then like one person with like 30K, or like a bunch of people with insane numbers and one person with like 5K. And so that's not fixing the issue about like small streamer representation, if you will. Because they're not happening frequently enough. And even then, there aren't that many small streamers involved. And even then, who knows how you get involved? I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. And so the problem is that Twitch Rivals just is not fixing the issue. Right? And to what extent you can fix this issue, I don't know. So what's different? What different people organize different Twitch Rivals. So they said the standard is different based on each individual organizer. I think Twitch Rivals captains pick their own team in certain instances, but sometimes there's not captains, right? I think this is what I think happens. What you can do for Twitch Rivals, you can express interest in Twitch Rivals. I think this puts you in a giant list that the team captains can pick from if there is team captains, right? So for example, there's a Abe's repo speedrun. When you sign in, and while this is in the schedule, you can click express interest in it. And I think that if a team captain doesn't have the people to fill the team in, they go to the list of people that express interest, and they can pick somebody from there, essentially. Right? The problem is there's still priorities, like who you know kind of thing. I always apply to everyone. They are a bag. I always apply and I never got anything. Bro, they just hate me. It must be racism. I express interest in everything. But nope. I would assume smaller streamers and rivals are probably people that normally play the game. Probably. Next one, I'll play on no matter the game if I can. Bet. Game I've never played before. I'll hop in, I'll play it. These team captains always pick the same few people, like Sleepy Overwatch streamer often picked, even though they rarely stream anymore. But if they're always there with Sykkuno or Masayoshi because they're friends, which is kind of the issue. It's like it's a who you know thing. Again, I'm not saying that that's inherently bad. You can play games with your friends. I'm not saying you must now be under a socialist utopia. You must be mandated to pick a small streamer for every Twitch Rivals event. You know? Most have a prize pool. Outro I did was for $750 for the lowest and $1K for first. That's actually sick. I mean, this is a rich get richer situation. Rich get richer. I think when people like Disguise Codes do Twitch Rivals on Rust, they actually set it up for themselves. It depends. Sometimes that's the case as well. Sometimes Twitch will just slap their name on like Twitch Rivals in a streamer. Like this is like Abe's repo speedrun on Twitch Rivals, right? I'm sure this is Abe's event that Abe came up with that Abe pitched to Twitch Rivals. Twitch Rivals were like, yeah, that's fine, we can do that. And they handle like the infrastructure of like picking people, if you will, and like hosting it on the Twitch Rivals channel. Right? It's very hard to like fix this issue because there's always going to be an issue with discoverability on Twitch, you know? It will always be an issue with discoverability on Twitch. And that will not be solved no matter how many streamers are putting on events or how many Twitch Rivals that they do. I think the frustration that comes with these events for like small streamers comes from frustration at discoverability. You know? I feel like they should have it so 1 to 3 or 1/2 of the people be random. Maybe they do. I genuinely don't know how they do it. They have some process of doing it. I don't know how it's done. Right? I think there's a few problems. And that's one, Twitch discoverability is just bad. That's the root issue, number one issue. Number two, I think a lot of large streamers are a tad on the lazier side. And so they would rather fall back into their normal, regular content that's like low lift, right? That they know their audience will enjoy, as opposed to like stepping out and like putting on an event in general, including an event with smaller streamers in it. And when there is an event that is done that does include smaller streamers, it will always make somebody mad because of the discoverability issue to begin with. Right? Oh, I remember what it was. It was a streamer escape room. Like if I had the money to do so, I would make 4 identical escape rooms in like a warehouse. Right? And then I would put streaming teams of 4 all in different escape rooms. And I would live stream them with 4 different cameras trying to get out of the escape room. That's what my idea would be. And you could add like chat sabotages and stuff like that. Best idea I've heard for an event yet. Mr. Beat type stuff? Yeah. I saw not inviting you to debate lords was racist. True. Disrespectful. Nah, I think I joke about like Hassan, like, Hassan, how dare you not put me on or whatever. I think to a certain extent, I like to, or trying to craft a identity kind of separate from Hassan to a certain extent. I think that I have, you know. Hassan did put you on. To be fair, FD Signifier put me on first. Well, not first, but like on my Twitch sphere. But like having like a degree of separation there would be sick and cool. But if you're gaming with freaking T-Pain, that rule doesn't apply. If you're playing Valorant with T-Pain and it's a 4 stack, you need 1 more person to play the freaking game, okay? And I'm in the chat and I'm there. I'm ready. I'm willing and able to hop on the game, okay? That rule doesn't apply. Friends, don't let friends not game with T-Pain. Okay? All right?
Two players, SGA and Jokic, if you don't know basketball. But these 2 people were the leading
Did you hear my
candidates
neck there, chat? That hurt.
for the MVP, and it was super close as to who would win MVP. Players were fighting for the MVP, and knowing that there was somebody else riding their tails pushes them to be a better player and to perform at a high level because they know that somebody's back there trying to take the award that you want. And how do I draw that back to Streamer University? Creates a better product for the viewers, right? I don't think that Senna or Valkyrie or Pokemon is looking at each other trying to see how many viewers do they have, or are they going to win Sapphire in a year? No, I don't think that's happening. But I do think there is collective out there on Twitch who wants these awards, right? I want to get best streamer of the year. I want to get breakout. I want to get rising star. I want to be the best female streamer of the year, right?
I do want to get rising star, chat. You know me. You know me. I stand by it. I want to get rising star. I want to get rising star. This is true. Would you have given him a buy you a drink cover if he would have asked for it? There's a whole song based on the concept. True. Maybe Rising Star or Breakthrough, but I don't think any other streamer have that draw. I'm not getting like breakout streamer. Breakout streamer. You know who I think? I think Arky's gonna get breakout streamer. If I'm being real. I think Arky's gonna get breakout streamer of the year. You should get best female streamer of the year. True. You're right. You're already a rising star in our eyes. 1, wrong hour. But 2, thank you, chatter. But 3, doesn't matter. I need the award in my hand. Political streamer of the year. That will never be a category. They should add a most harassed category. We know who's gonna win that one. We do. Rogan 100%. If it's per capita, I sweep. I don't know if that's what per capita means, Jason. Dude didn't shower once and barely slept the streamer you to get as many content as he could as he get as much content as he could. Yeah. Yeah, I could see Arky getting breakout. I could see me getting rising star. Just think about how mad. Think about how mad Ethan Klein will get. And just do it for that reason, chat. That's why you should vote for me. That's why you should vote for me for rising star. Right? I had a lot of competition last year. You feel me? I was competing with Gremlo. Now, Gremlo doesn't even qualify, which is kind of funny. Gremlo's too large for rising star. If it's going on based on the same last year's rules. You have to start with less than 1,000 average viewers at the beginning of the year. And now Gremlo's pulling like 1.5. I was pulling in like 500. So like I completely I completely fall within the realm. Grim has been clicking. Are the winners and participants usually streamers that are signed to a talent agency, UTA, and the like? No. I got Hidden Gem and I'm not signed to a talent agency. Right? Not for a lack of trying though. Talent agencies have reached out. Well, I think 2 talent agencies reached out. Unless you were like a top 30 streamer. It's kind of funny because no, okay, I won't say it. No, I won't say it. I won't say it. The talent agency that reached out to me represented somebody that we've talked about recently, but like, yeah. I won't say it. I can't say it. I'm not trying to start some drama. Steak.com. That's so funny. What are the benefits of going with one collabs? No, talent agencies don't do collabs. They handle like sponsorships and stuff. Like, you know, when you open up Twitch one day, you see everybody playing the stupid Doom game or whatever, and you're like, there's no shot this Doom game is worth like 70 different streamers I follow all playing it at the same time. And you check it's an ad. Yeah, they handle those ads, essentially. Which is part of the reason why none of the political content creators get ads like that, is because we're not covered by talent agencies, and talent agencies is how you get like most of the ads, except for Hassan. Hassan's covered by a talent agency or a management company, technically. Right? You know who also is? Freaking Olivia Juliana. Olivia Juliana is covered by United Talent. Like, Dude Awakening, I like it. Sag, I'm not he rejects every ad. Hassan? No, Hassan does some ads. Is United Talent job by Bob Violin? Yeah. Back to Olivia? Yeah, we're back to Olivia. Because she's getting credited for what I did, and she's like covered by a talent agency. She gets freaking DNC donor dollars or whatever. And I'm sitting here as a gosh darn Twitch streamer talking about Twitch content. And I don't get freaking ads. Dang, Brett, they called you Mike? That's crazy. Yeah.
And just because of that inherent want to, just having that finish line out there in the distance, it breeds a better product for the viewer. So now you might get up early for a stream to prepare for, right? Or you might do another subathon, or you might do another, 7 days straight of streaming, or you might try that super crazy.
Probably. Yeah. Depending on what you say. If you're saying it like if you're being positive about the product, I think they'll probably let it go because it's free advertising. But if you're being negative about it, then they'll probably try to come at you. Chevron paid me to interview them and they didn't sue me. W Chevron.
Concept of a stream idea, you know, just because, you know, that's an award that I might want. It's just inherently and subconsciously, you're going to work harder because you know that getting these awards is not easy, right? It's a hard thing to win these awards. And for the most part, these awards are a great indicator of people who've been successful in Twitch. And that's another inherent boost of these awards, right? Like,
I feel like he's not saying anything wrong here, but I feel like this is the same point, right? The streamer awards motivates streamers to do better. You know what I mean? Like, I think we get that. But he spent last 4 minutes on that specific point, which, yeah, I feel like it could have been more concise.
Last year, Senna won Best Female Streamer of the Year. And now I think this year's even better. She's been on Netflix. Wow, Senna's 10x her platform, right? So that's a good indicator. So Senna won last year and now she's doing great this year. Jason Ween. Jason won Best Breakout Streamer last year. And now, literally, I'm so serious, I think he's in contention for Best Streamer of the Year. I think his streams have been that great. That's a great indicator because he won Breakthrough last year and now he's on top this year. So also, even if you don't care about these awards, let's say you do get one of these awards, there's a good indication that you have a promising future as a streamer. But yeah, this is back to what I'm saying about how QT really enriches the environment.
My friend was also on Netflix. And you know what? She has a gosh darn knowledge panel too. And I still don't have a freaking knowledge panel. She has done TED Talks and she was on Netflix and she has a knowledge panel. And you know who doesn't have a knowledge panel? Me. I don't have a knowledge panel. Gosh, freaking darn it. Wait, she has a Wikipedia page as well? Bro, her name is Blue on Wikipedia. You know whose name is not Blue on Wikipedia? Mine. My name is not Blue on Wikipedia. Gosh darn it. She's a freaking wheeze. That's all I want. Kylie sent me some biographical information and I will write you one. Look at Chatter already is writing me one. I don't know when it's going to be up or what I need to do for it, but yeah. By the way, I have wiki editor status. If you have wiki editor status, once the Chatter finishes my Wikipedia page, I need you to review it and approve it, okay? That's what I need you to do. That's what I need you to do. Right, I need some peer reviews on that. So I need your date of birth and the last 4 of your social. That's crazy. Isn't there a Streamerpedia? You have more luck getting on that? I don't think so. I have more luck getting on Wikipedia than I do on Streamerpedia. Because I have articles written, actual news articles from reputable news sources written about my work outside of streaming. Not from the Times of India. That's where my streaming work comes from. That's not truly reputable. I have a profile and advice. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted. Let's get back to the topic of discussion.
And really fertilizes and mixes everybody around and really, oh my gosh, and she blooms some beautiful flowers of connections that we didn't know could have been. And that
okay, poet. We're just starting dropping some spoken word on us. All right.
Right. And again, all this stuff goes back to Cutie. The beginning of Streamer Awards was rough. In 2021, that's nothing to do with Cutie. It's just we were fresh out of COVID. So 2020 was COVID. 2021 is when Streamer Awards started. You know, there were some technical issues.
COVID was still a thing in 2021 as well. It didn't just last a year.
I'm sure that she was trying to really grow the award show, and this next award show, the one that's gonna happen in 5 or 6 months, this is gonna be the biggest Streamer Awards ever. There's gonna be a lot of people there. It's gonna be really successful.
Wait, how does he know this? I don't know if that's true. How does he know this? How would he know this? she told him, bro. I don't think she told this guy that this is gonna be the biggest one. Yeah, bro was an invite. I respect that if that's the case, right? W Glaze. I respect that. She didn't even have a sponsor yet. I haven't heard anything about it, which is why I'm confused. You know what I mean? Like, again, I'm not saying he's wrong. I haven't heard anything about it, which is why I'm like, how does he know? Where did he get this information from?
And everybody's going to try to get into Stream Awards, and
Kitty
it's
Buzzfeed.
going
Hey,
to
chill on him, bro. I respect it. Right? I respect it to a certain extent. You gotta do your daily glazings. You know?
be huge, and I think that Stream Awards is going to be bigger than the Grammys.
Okay.
Because
now, okay. All right. Stop. That's too much glaze. That's too much glaze. I was rocking with him until he's like, the Streamer Awards is going to be bigger than the Grammys? The Grammys? I love Cutie and I love the Streamer Awards. I love the Streamer Awards that's done for my career. But like, let's be completely genuine here a little bit, okay? let's keep it 100. Like, let's just take a step back real quick. It'll be bigger than the World Cup. Stop.
I think that Stream Awards is going to be bigger than the Grammys, because this is only this is going to be their 5th rendition or 4th. This is going to be the 4th rendition of Stream Awards, and it's going to be massive because streaming is the new direction. It's the new form of media. It's the new Disney Channel. Your niece and nephews or our kids are going to grow up on some of these streamers and be like, oh, you remember?
I mean, this is true, but like, the Grammys are declining in views was not impossible. One day it will catch up. No. Like, yes, the Grammys is not as hype as or not as big as it used to be, but like, it has industry backing, right? It has industry backing. I think you are underestimating how big the industry is versus like how small the streaming industry is. Like, it's not gonna be bigger than the Grammys, at least no time soon. It needs to be around for like 100 years, like the Academy has been around, right, at the Oscars, for it to get to that point. Maybe in 100 years, the Streamer Awards would be that size, right, and that big. But like, it takes time to cultivate that establishment, right? To cultivate that, you know what I mean? That presence. Sometimes soon, but I'm saying that in that amount of time, generations, even then, I'm like, yeah, but maybe.
To watch so-and-so constant that did you watch Speed? Like the same way you talk about like Austin and Alley and, you know, Cartoon Network and, you know, Amazing with a Gumball. Streamers are the next median of, you know.
He's not incorrect, but like, I think he's kind of overestimating the foothold that streaming has in the entire ecosystem. It's very large. Trust me, it is very large, but like, it's not holding a candle to like the Disney Channel. It's just not yet, at least. Right? So I think he's a bit wish casting a little bit. He's very hopeful about the streaming ecosystem. You know?
Television. So this is why I think Streamer War is going to be so huge, because we have such an intimate relationship with these streamers. We can touch them, we can make fun of them.
You should not be touching any streamers, chat. I'm gonna say that right now. You should not be touching any streamers. Please don't. It's like a zoo. Just, you can look but you can't touch. Right? The lions are dangerous.
And we can directly give them money if you want to. Stream Awards is going to be so huge. The upside is going to be so huge. And hope, Cutie, if you're watching this, if not already, somebody's going to offer you a lot of money to take your baby. Say no. The Stream Awards is going to be huge. It's going to be massive. It's going to be bigger than the Grammys sooner rather than later. That's what I'm saying. I think it'll be bigger. Worst case, in the next 10 years, is going to be bigger than the Grammys. And I'm actually not done.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't.
There's also some butterfly effects that I want to talk about that Stream Awards I think has done. So let's get into those as well. All right, so the first butterfly effect that I think Stream Awards did, creating Stream of the Year, made Max want to do a 365. It's not pinned on his Twitter anymore, but on Max's Twitter was a tweet saying, "I'm going to win Stream of the Year before I die." Why is this a butterfly effect? So without Streamer Awards, there would be no Streamer of the Year. And what Stream Awards
didn't Max give up the 365 challenge? Like 6 months in? As of a week ago? Am I misremembering? Yeah, he's a full-time rapper now? Yeah. Right after his album dropped. Yeah, so I feel like this is not necessarily a part of the video, personally. I want Streamer of the Year to go to a streamer who actually shows up to the awards. You and me both. You and me both. Right? But I understand why streamers would not want to go to the awards show, though. Like, I'm not going to pretend like I don't. You know? I can understand why it's not a priority for Kai to show up to the award show. Right? I do think it is, okay, again, I don't want to speak for Cutie or whatever. I do think it is kind of crazy to call Cutie and get another streamer and invite to the show and then get an award and then not show up for it. That was like, I think the craziest thing that I saw that happened last year. Again, Cutie said she doesn't have a problem with it, so like I'm not gonna to focus on it, but that was so crazy. I saw that, I was like, that's wild. That is wild to do. I couldn't imagine. But hey, I do understand why Kai may not want to feed back into this Pogger space when the Pogger space didn't feed into him, you know? Outside of like that thing specifically, I understand why that may be the case.
It creates a actual physical finish mark and a actual benchmark Max can use to know he got Streamer of the Year, right? Because of Streamer of the Year, now Max was motivated to do 365 days of streaming. Granted, he did not complete the challenge. It did motivate him to do it, because if there's a streamer who streamed every single day for a whole year, it's kind of hard not to give him this award, and that's because of Cutie making Streamer Awards. Do y'all get what I'm saying? So without this, there would be no...
This is something I disagree with him on, is that like, if you do X, you're then entitled to Y. People say this all the time. People say, oh, Kai said it with Emily CC. No disrespect to Emily, right? He was like, oh, Emily has streamed for like last 3 years straight, therefore she should get an award. You should give her an award, you know? Or this person did this, therefore they should win this award. This person has this many followers or this many viewers, therefore they should get this award, right? And I think that's against the spirit of the award show itself. You know? The award show is not about like hard metrics about like, oh, you just have the most followers, right? Or you stream the most time. You know? It's about the culmination of your entire experience as an award show. A guy named Rax has a challenge 10 years without missing a day. He's on year 6, I think. See, I didn't even know that. I feel for her when she was streaming, making 2 different versions of her seeding account for including someone who didn't show up, but but she said back then she was doing it of her own choice, and nobody has to go because of that. I'll say it, even if I don't get nominated. If you need to fill some seats, I'll be there. You know, just let me know. You don't want any food to go to waste, right? I'll go to fill some seats up.
This, and there's so many great moments from the 365 stream, and that's because of Cutie Cinderella creating the award. Cutie Cinderella creates these finish lines that these streamers can actually try to obtain if they want awards like this. This is the butterfly effect. Without no streamer,
I don't agree with this section, honestly. I don't think that like it's particularly like necessary to talk about Cutie's legacy. I feel like we're getting a bit far from the discussion. Oh, Cutie had the Streamer Award, and she made an award called the Streamer Award, Streamer of the Year Award at the Streamer Awards, and Blackboy Max was like, I want to get Streamer of the Year. Therefore, he started streaming a bunch, and he didn't finish the challenge, but he did start streaming a bunch, and it's because Cutie made the stream. Like, you know, I'm not saying he's wrong per se, but I'm saying that like I don't think it like necessarily leads to the or adds more to the conclusion, right? We know we talked about how impactful the Streamer Award was, right? I don't think we need at least this part. Maybe it gets better. I'm sure you can go to the Streamer Award. You can go to the Streamer Awards once nominated, lifetime invite. I don't know if that's how it works, right? I didn't go last year.
Awards, there is no Streamer of the
Year. It was a slim down show. Right, so I don't have any beef with the Cutie. Be like, oh, why didn't you invite me or whatever? It was a slim down show, right? I didn't get nominated, and that's show. But this year I will be nominated, so it won't matter anyway. You know?
Award, and there's no Max 365, so that's one of the butterfly effects.
There's no Max 365 right now either, so
that she has created. Okay, do y'all remember when Kai was doing the Souls marathon and he played Bloodborne, he played Elden Ring, he played Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, when he was going through all the Souls games?
I want y'all to peep game. There's a reason why we're gaming. I'm gonna get this off my chest. At first, they said we need a lot of artists to do shit on streams. I'm like, okay, let me just do that real quick, stop it. Then we go IRL, prove them wrong. Once we did a lot of rappers, and then we do the IRL, we prove them wrong both times. Then we go back to desktop. Desktop has been banger after banger after banger. We prove them wrong at the desktop.
That's
the gaming is set up.
It's set up though. It's all fan driven. Every category, each streamer is mostly picked by the fans. There are safeguards on each category. It doesn't do enough to be impactful on the people who are already doing well for themselves. I don't know what point you're making.
I always wanted to do, bro. And I'm going to keep putting this gaming shit in y'all face until, bro, I'm like, I want to be the master of all elements when it comes to this streaming shit. All right? The master of all elements. Whatever it is. I'm gonna do it.
I don't think this is all because of Game of the Year. And what's the best way to prove that you're a gamer? To win Gamer of the Year.
Because I feel like this is a stretch, honestly. I think it's a stretch. I don't know. It's fine. The video was fine overall. I don't disagree with it. I think I'm happy to see Cutie getting her flowers. Right. The vibe was good. Yeah, the first half was good. First half was, he made a good point. I think it could have been more concise, but I think it was good. I think it kind of falls off into the second half a little bit, but it's fine. I'm glad Cutie's getting her flowers. I think that more people should support Cutie, and I hope more people decide to make events. Mega Glaze, but will allow it. Yeah, you know what? I respect it. Do your glazing. Right? I glaze as well. I'm not above my daily glaze. That the award is mostly designed to highlight big creators rather than celebrate the medium, which has been a complaint for a lot of people. But it's not like it's a bad idea to have a streamer awards. I want to see Kitty's reaction if she watches the this whole video. In a world of glaze and hate slop, I'll take glaze. True. More glaze, less hate slop. I'll say it. More glaze, less hate slop. Be nice to one another. And that will be the conclusion for today's stream. Be nice to one another. This tweet of mine is doing kind of well, actually. Respect. That's like 5.6 thousand likes. So like my tweets, chat. That's my answer. That's my response. You should do nothing but like my tweets. And whoa, whoa, whoa. New character? Marvel Rivals? Can we see the Miz clip? I don't know how long the Miz clip goes on for, bro. Let's see. It goes on for like 10 minutes? Jeez Louise. Can you watch it tomorrow? Did you do the final count for the primary? I did. It's Jean Grey. Is a new character. Also, Blade's coming as well. Duelist. Range Duelist, just the what's it called? Human Torch.
Jean Grey is a ranged duelist, wielding the overwhelming power of the Phoenix Force. She can pressure tightly grouped enemies head-on, or use her agile mobility to disrupt formations from the flank. Her unique chain reaction mechanic delivers a whole new level of gameplay satisfaction. Additionally, her ultimate, where she merges with the Phoenix Force, doesn't just deal massive damage, it also has a special ability to clear enemy summons from the battlefield. Get ready to rise as the
Clear enemy summons for the battlefield? What enemy summons? What enemy summons stuff? Like Namor? What other ones? Are there any other summons? Summon items like Rocket or Penny? Maybe. Oh, like group walls? Ooh, I like that. Wait, the thing has a new ability? Stop. Stop, you're lying to me. Not my goat. Not my goat. Getting a new ability. Okay, I'm skipping all of this. Yada 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 yada. Where's it at?
While Death Heroes faced some nerfs this season, their counters, like Emma Frost's Diamond Form, were also toned down, and the thing hasn't been as dominant. Teams built around Magneto plus Venom or Captain America, with mid, close range or depth theories, still pose a serious.
Where's it at? Where's it at? Chat, don't lie to me like this. Don't lie to me like this. Battle Blitz? What is that?
Yes, we will be nerfing Emma Frost, while buffing Venom and the Thing to
Emma Frost players. LOL.
diversify choices. For the Thing, his new ability, Battle Blades, will allow him to jump directly to a selected enemy and use his Storm Haymaker mid-air. If timed right, this can even knock flying heroes out of the sky.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We will continue exploring tricks like this, giving Vanguard.
Bro, I'm gonna cook. I haven't played this game in like 2 months, but I'm gonna hop back on. I'm gonna cook, chat.
More options against arrow threats. Although these changes will be rolled out gradually as we test and refine them in the upcoming seasons.
Honestly, it makes sense. You should have been able to jump to enemies and allies as well. It actually makes sense for it to be an ability of his. For the Jump Blades gameplay, no.
Tourists, Iron Man, the poster boy.
LOL, Iron Man players, take it out. Now just nerf Spider-Man again, because it gets funny.
Of Poke has been putting heavy pressure on ground-based heroes. We will be slightly reducing his poke potential to bring him back in line. The Punisher's Cowling Turret has
LOL. Oh man, this is so good for me.
Also been a bit too powerful, with his ultimate ability charging a little too fast after recent buffs, so he will see a minor nerf as well. We are also slightly turning down Mr. Fantastic.
LOL, all of my least favorite characters. And never mind. I thought Penny was getting nerfed as well. Penny's not getting nerfed. I haven't played since they added Ultron, honestly.
Survivability in his inflated state, while appropriately
That's what she said.
boosting Nemo's primary attack.
I bet Invisible Boy wants to boost his survivability in his inflated state too. A wink wink, a nod nod.
And Scarlet Witch's ultimate. Rescoms have performed well, but their high coordination requirements often lock Adam Warlock and Mantis together.
Okay, chat, should we play Marvel Rivals?
Next season, we will slightly nerf the Garden Revival team-up ability while increasing Mantis healing and ultimate ability
I'm
utility.
gonna just boost Namor to counter Iron Man, but I'm okay with this. Nah, I'm down for the I will also play. You're too higher level for me, honestly. Actually, Celestial.
To give teams more flexibility. For other strategists, we will modestly raise Invisible Woman's healing efficiency, nerf Loki's ultimate ability track rate. Meanwhile,
bro, all of my least favorite characters are getting nerfed, and I love it so much. All that's missing is a Penny nerf. That's all that's missing. All that's missing is a Penny nerf.
Ultron's impressive survivability and protective capabilities have proven highly adaptable across various team comps, but his strength has slightly exceeded expectations. Therefore, we will implement a slight...
I didn't even get the chance to play. Oh, it's not even, to be fair, I don't think the patch is live yet, but I didn't even get a chance to play him like that.
Nerf in the upcoming season.
Okay. All right. Thoughts on waiting for the Mischief clip for tomorrow, because it's like 10 minutes long, bro. It's 10 minutes long, bro. It's too long. What's this clip about? I got posted on this this Clip Farmer channel about the phase Silky thing. Right. I said it was weird that, like, you know, the draw your line of like who you're inviting to freaking at Mizkif when you hang around like Sneeko. That whole deal, yeah. I think it'll become a thing, honestly. I still stand by it though. It's still weird. It's strange. Play Rivals fine by me. Well, see, that's where it's interesting, because I will be playing Rivals on my second channel. That's right. Wait, can I raid an offline channel? Or I can do this. Actually gonna game? I am gonna game. I'm about it like that. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. That's fine actually. What? Okay, I don't think I can re-level multiple. Oh! Wrong account. Okay, this should work. Yeah. All right. Give the clip. I've never seen it. This one, it's a VOD. This is the link to it. But yeah. Thanks for watching, chat. All right, chat. I am out. I'll catch y'all in my gaming channel. Not the black. That's right. We're gonna play some Marvel Rivals. Maybe we'll play some League. Who knows? The world is my oyster. We'll go 0-10 on a Rivals game. That's crazy. I haven't played in a while, so maybe. Why isn't it Shonda White? I don't know. All right. I'm out. Peace.